Chair, you have a live mic.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Welcome to our workshop. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Colonel LaCastro, could you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please join me, veterans, hand salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first part of our workshop this morning is dealing with the Mental Health Strategic Plan. Ms. Patterson, can you go ahead and get us launched on that?
Yes, sir. We do have a representative for the strategic plan that's going to be appearing on Zoom, so we have her ready to go. But we will start with item 2A, Mental Health Strategic Plan, and we have our several members of the public here to speak on parts of this, so we will get this started with David Lawrence Center.
Thank you, Commissioners. Nancy Dauphiné, Chair of the Coalition for Healthy Minds, and I'd like to introduce our strategic planning facilitator, Tanya Dettering, who's joining us from Wisconsin.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay in your room?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the meeting today. My name is Tanya Dettering, and I'm not seeing the PowerPoint slide deck. Is that something that's going to be pulled up? There we go. Thank you.
Attention. This is a required weekly test of the Mayo Public Address System. Please report any deficiencies of this announcement broadcast.
It appears there's an announcement where I am. It'll be just one moment.
Operations at
She's
42014.
with us from Mayo Clinic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm at a medical location. There was just an announcement that I was not aware of. So I'll go ahead and get started. Again, welcome to the Collier Coalition for Healthy Minds Strategic Plan workshop today. My name is Tanya Dettering, and a little background about myself. I was brought on to be the facilitator just about a year ago. After 40 years of the nonprofit sector leadership experience as well as for-profit sector experience in Wisconsin, I opened my own business called TL Dettering and Associates, and I advise and coach nonprofits. I was introduced to the coalition after a conversation with Eileen Connolly-Kiesler from the Collier Community Foundation. And I'd met Eileen when she worked in Wisconsin as the CEO of the Oshkosh Area Community Foundation prior to moving to Naples. I inquired about potential consulting needs in the areas. My family was looking to purchase a home in Southwest Florida, which we have done. And I look forward to this meeting today and the opportunity to have served as a facilitator. Having the outside facilitator really does allow a neutral eye for such a project like this. Strategic planning tools and best practices were used throughout this session and the journey, making it a neutral and a fair process. I'd like to thank the commissioners for your past support of the first plan that was a really strong springboard for the plan that is presented to you as proposed today. Due to a family priority, I will be on the call for these first 10 or 15 minutes, then I'll need to drop off just as Michael Overway will step up and talk about strategy number 2. As you see on the screen, the strategic doing framework was used. And the strategic doing framework is strong because it has 2 key areas of focus. It focuses on accelerating innovation and change and collaborations that cross boundaries both inside and outside of the organizations. So this was really ideal for this type of a project with this important community initiative with multiple agencies and organizations involved, crossing many boundaries in Collier County. It was a thoughtful process with input from dedicated existing members as well as new members and experts in their field, which is really positioned quite nicely to form this new plan. It was created with a commitment to data and evidence-based approaches, and this data-driven approach will continue to provide the insights for decision-making even ongoing. At the completion of the first 3 workshops, the coalition members identified 3 areas of focus that needed to be addressed to ensure the success of the new strategic plan. And the first was recruiting new members, and this was really key to recruit members and leaders with specific skills and expertise to execute the proposed strategies and to bring information to the table to form the strategies. To date, 17 new members were recruited to join the newly formed coalition. Number two was the coalition organizational structure. It was essential to form the framework for the coalition to level up and to serve the community. To date, the bylaws have been prepared and approved. Memo of agreement has been established for all the members, and a new member application and process has been outlined and is in place. I'd like to thank the officers who have stepped up to take and were appointed by the coalition to take leadership roles. First is Nancy Dauphiné as the chair, Beth Hatch as the vice chair, Lieutenant Wiedenhammer as the secretary, Lindsay Touche as the treasurer, and Scott Burgess as the past chairperson. The third area of focus is financial sustainability. The members agreed this was essential to address the financial state of the coalition, as well as important to do that so we could successfully execute the identified strategies and sustain the work of the coalition. During this journey, there were a total of 11 planning meetings for all coalition members that took place between August of 24 to April of 25. There were 20 plus work group meetings that took place to form and co-create the strategies and to gain approval from each strategy leader. We researched and reviewed about 50 plus documents that will remain on file for reference for coalition members. And again, 17 new members were recruited and joined the coalition. The result is the proposed strategic plan that we invite you to review, to provide your insights, and to help us move the plan forward to its final form. In conclusion, I was quite impressed with the group, the entire membership, the new and the former members, a great deal of dedication to create the plan and willingness to work together to make it happen. Members were welcomed like-minded and dedicated professionals as the new members to the group, and of course from organizations of all sizes to ensure that we had membership voice equity. And all members were focused on ensuring services were identified and proposed to meet the needs of the Collier citizens. Words that come to mind as I reflect on the project are committed, focused, motivated, realistic, willing, community-minded, data-driven, problem-solving, challenging, thoughtful, and last but not least, professional. It was really great to see the right people come together at the right time to create this proposed plan. Now let's formally acknowledge a few of the members of the coalition that worked diligently to create this strategic plan. Eileen Connolly-Kiesler and Lindsay Touche from the Community Foundation for funding the facilitation of this plan and for their investment in serving the community. Next would be Judge Martin. She's leading strategy number 4, which is the justice system response. And she worked extremely hard this past year to have 2 training sessions for the justice system personnel and was extremely dedicated to the coalition, stepping up many times to support us. Lieutenant Wiedenhammer, newly appointed secretary of the coalition, for her leadership in securing funding in the first plan for the transportation plan, which now is moving under number 1, which was the central receiving facility. Beth Hatch, for your leadership, Beth, and your support in forming this plan and to step in as the vice chair of the coalition. Dale Mullen, the founder of Warrior Homes Collier, and most of you know the good work that he has done this past couple of years. And he is now leading a new strategy, which is enhanced housing and service for veterans. In the last plan, the veterans was a special considerations, and it got moved up to its separate strategy this year. Nancy Dauphiné, for your exceptional leadership in the coalition and for leading a new strategy, number 3, workforce development, which you will hear about shortly. Michael Overway for his support and leadership in housing strategy, which will continue in this new plan. Megan Edwards, a new member from the Baker Senior Center, and she is leading the newly formed special considerations for older adults, which will support all of the strategies you will hear about today. Scott Burgess for his leadership as the past chair of the coalition and for leading strategy number 1, central receiving facility and the transportation plan. And Commissioner LaCastro, thank you for your dedication, Commissioner, to the work of the coalition over the years, attending the meetings, providing necessary insights, and for your support in this journey. We acknowledge your leadership and support. And for all those listed on the screen that you see there, it's truly been a strong collaboration with numerous people coming to the table in order to support of Collier citizens. The participation is acknowledged and highly valued. As part of the strategic structure, the mission, vision, and values was reviewed. So as you can see on the screen here, the mission remained exactly the same. Is the collaborative plan that will support the coordinated effort using the vast array of the evidence-informed services. And it's really about improving the lives of adults with mental health and substance use disorders and that overall quality of life in Collier County. The vision was created, and you see that listed there, which is really to focus on a comprehensive evidence-informed mental health, leading to improved lives overall. And going on to the next, now I'd like to just do a real brief review of the 5 strategies that you will learn more about today. Number 1 is build and operate the central receiving facility and revise and implement the Collier Transportation Plan. We won't talk about that right now. That'll come later in the presentation. The second is going to be number 2, which continues from the prior plan, and that is maintain and increase housing supports for individuals with serious mental illness and substance use disorder. Number 3, this one is new, as mentioned prior. This is strengthen the behavioral health workforce. You'll hear about that today also. Number 4 continues in the plan. That's increase the capacity and effectiveness of the justice system response to mental illness and substance use. And number 5 is also new, and that is it was a special consideration in the former plan, and is now on its own as enhancing access to housing and services for veterans. Special considerations for older adults remains, and that would be over all of the 5 proposed strategies. And new would be the support strategies you see listed there. It was agreed that prevention, education, and advocacy, as well as data collaborative, would be considered support strategies for all of the proposed 5 strategies you see listed here today. The next slide is simply a graphic image of what we just discussed. And then as we go into the last slide, now that we have reviewed how the plan was created, acknowledge leaders and organizations that have worked so hard to get to where you are today, and learned about what the strategies are, it's time to hear from the strategy leaders. So again, number 1, we'll pass on that for the time being. Number 2, now before I introduce Michael, I would like to express my gratitude to the Collier Community Foundation, to the leadership team of the coalition, and to all members of the coalition for the opportunity to serve as your facilitator. It's really been an honor to partner with you, and while my time is concluded, I'll stay in touch, and I will absolutely remain invested in seeing how the plan progresses. I've been very impressed with the work of everyone that has participated in this, especially as the outside eye and the neutral eye. It's been enlightening and rewarding to see how hard everyone is coming together to serve the county. And commissioners, I remain a resource for you and welcome a phone call, a video call, or an email should you want to discuss any portion of the plan further with myself or the plan creation process itself. So again, thank you all for the opportunity to serve the coalition.
Thank you.
I'll be dropping off the call shortly. Yeah,
Thank you, Ms. Dietering.
You're welcome. Next, I would like to introduce Michael Overway. He's the Executive Director of the Southwest Florida Regional Coalition to End Homelessness and the leader of strategy number 2, which is to maintain and increase housing and supportive services for individuals with serious mental illness and substance use disorder. So, Michael.
Thank you, Tanya. Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today at this workshop. My name is Michael Overway. As Tanya had indicated, I am the CEO for the Southwest Florida Regional Coalition to End Homelessness, and I am here to speak on a matter that not only affects individuals and families, but the overall health, safety, and well-being of our community. The urgent need for affordable and supportive housing for residents living with mental health and substance use disorders. In Collier County, like many communities across Florida, we are seeing a growing number of individuals struggling to find and keep safe, stable housing, especially those navigating the challenges of behavioral health. In fact, at our most recent homeless point in time count this past January, 61 individuals were surveyed. They self-identified as having a mental health or substance use disorder. Now, while 61 doesn't sound like a big number, that was actually 61 just surveyed in one day. Without a secure place to receive help like St. Matthew's House, Warrior Homes of Collier, and the proposed DLC or Central Receiving Facility, folks to live in affordable housing, recovery becomes more difficult And the crisis of emergency rooms, jails, and homelessness continues at a great human and financial cost. Affordable housing is more than a roof over someone's head. For individuals with mental health and substance use disorders, it is the cornerstone of their recovery. Research and local experience, of which you have a plethora of in this room today, show that supportive housing leads to better health outcomes, reduces reliance on emergency services, and allows people to contribute meaningfully to our community. We have an opportunity, in fact, it's a responsibility, to invest in solutions that work. That includes collaborating with local providers, leveraging local, state, and federal resources, and creating incentives for affordable and integrated housing development. This is not just a social issue. It is an economic, public safety, and a moral one. I urge the Commission to prioritize affordable housing that includes supportive services so that we can build a healthier, more compassionate, and more resilient Collier County for all. At this time, I would like to take a brief moment to introduce our next speaker, Beth Hatch. Beth is the Chief Executive Officer of NAMI Collier, a leading not-for-profit dedicated to improving the lives of individuals affected by mental illness through advocacy, education, support, and public awareness. With a deep commitment to mental health and community well-being, Beth brings both passion and strategic vision to her role. Under her leadership, NAMI has expanded its reach and impact, offering innovative programs that support individuals and families navigating mental health challenges. Beth has been instrumental in strengthening collaborations across healthcare, education, and public sectors, ensuring that services are accessible, compassionate, and rooted in best practices. She is a respected voice in the mental health community, and Beth continues to drive forward the mission of NAMI with empathy, insight, and an unwavering dedication to advocacy and inclusion. My friend Beth.
Thank you, Michael, for your kind words. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us here today and for your time with all these very important critical issues that we have in our community. Michael truly hit it all when it comes to having that basic need, that foundation that we all need. Before we can get to mental health, we have to have a safe place to lay our head each night. And NAMI has been I'm really proud of the work we've done, especially this past year. And many of you attended the ribbon cutting at ECOS, Rattlesnake Hammock for the Senior Living. And we are proud to have placed in November and April 31 seniors that are participants of NAMI. And it's not about just placing them into that new community. It's about the wraparound and the continued support and sustainability of their success. And I have someone here today to share that. But this priority is so important, along with all the others, from the central receiving to transportation. But thank you for taking time to consider this morning, because it is just the basic needs, and then you can leave it to us to be able to continue to meet their needs for a lifelong of change. It is my pleasure to introduce Daryl Evans. He's one of our NAMI participants, and we were thrilled to move him into ECOS in November, and he has a little bit about to share. So I know many of you were involved in that expansion of the housing ability for seniors, and we thank you. Daryl.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to say that from your contributions and assistance with NAMI, I have been a beneficiary of your work, your contributions. I met some of you at the ribbon cutting ceremony, and I thank you very much for your help and support. If it wasn't for your support, I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in now. I was once outside and homeless, and now I'm inside my own apartment, fully furnished thanks to NAMI and your contributions to assisting NAMI. And I'm getting assistance through Physicians Regional Hospital to take care of my high blood pressure and my other medical conditions of post-traumatic stress. And I thank you for all that you've done. If it wasn't for your collaboration and assistance, then there'd be a lot of individuals such as myself, seniors, that would be homeless and destitute, not having a place to stay. I'd also like to say that the challenges that I face now are the increased costs and the cost of living, utilities, groceries, and things of that nature. Being on a fixed income, there are challenges that I still face, But I can honestly say I may not have the key to the city, but I had the key to my own apartment, thanks to NAMI and the county. Thank you all very much.
Well, Daryl, thank you for thank you for sharing that with us this morning.
To represent Priority 3, which is a new priority, strengthening the behavioral health workforce, we have a short message from Dr. Courtney Witt, the director of the Florida Center for Behavioral Health Workforce at USF.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I am Dr. Courtney Witt, the Executive Director of the Florida Center for Behavioral Health Workforce. We were legislatively commissioned in July of 2024 to grow, retain, and innovate the state's behavioral health workforce through research, dissemination of best practices, education, policy analysis, and of course to succeed in any of it, collaboration. We are proudly housed at the University of South Florida, but stand in service to the state. I come to this role inspired and on a mission from 8.5 years of clinical and administrative service and strategic community engagement in Collier County. Then and now, workforce shortages were a critical threat to timely access to services when and where an individual or family needed it the most. More specifically, in Collier County, there is only one behavioral health provider for every 860 Collier residents. This is relative to a state ratio of 490 to 1 and a U.S. ratio of 320 to 1. And this varies by discipline. For example, our analysis showed that there are less than 3 psychologists, only 2 psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners, 1.4 psychiatrists, and 1 licensed marriage and family therapist for every 10,000 residents. Further, these numbers do not account for individuals who hold residence in a home state but spend substantial time in Collier and utilize services, nor do these numbers ensure that a licensed Collier provider sees patients full-time or at all, nor does it ensure that they accept insurance, including Medicare or other commercial insurances. Workforce threats compromise getting ahead of crises, as well as continuity of care, which we know is essential for building trust, making the meaningful progress to resolve symptoms, improve functioning, and buffer against relapse. They also undermine our efforts to reach new heights of innovation and service delivery. And while there's an incredible spirit of partnership and collaboration in Collier, we also recognize we could create new positions, but we are not growing the workforce sufficiently to function optimally. And if one of us were vulnerable, whether in primary care, schools, outpatient services, or crisis units, we were all vulnerable. I am incredibly excited by what can be achieved with the county's stamp of support for the next chapter of the Collier County Mental Health and Substance Use Strategic Plan, which now includes workforce as a strategic imperative. The Florida Center for Behavioral Health Workforce helped to contribute to the development of the plan and is willing to provide technical assistance and support to this end. And I personally have no doubt this could be one more example where Collier can be a model of excellence and define what's possible statewide. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
For priority number 4, we have a message from the Honorable Janice Martin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's my privilege to champion our 4th priority and offer you a very short update on what we're doing to address these needs within the justice system. I want to start by thanking you for the incredibly warm welcome that you each gave our group last month when we came in for the drug court proclamation. Your very authentic and public display of support for the men and women we serve meant the world to our clients and our team, and we are grateful to each of you for your leadership in this very powerful aspect of our justice response to behavioral health. As you are well familiar with the work of our problem-solving courts, those being drug court, mental health court, and veterans treatment court, I want to mention very briefly another angle from which we are working to improve the justice response to persons with behavioral health needs. A subcommittee from this coalition worked very hard to build a one-day intensive training taught by local professionals, which targets all staff within the courthouse, from clerks to guardians ad litem to prosecutors, public defenders, civil attorneys, judges, and judicial assistants. The goal of the training is to provide everyone who labors in this building with a basic competency regarding mental health disorders, substance use disorders, various treatment modalities, trauma and its impacts on behavioral health, and also resiliency and its power to not only bring recovery to those who have these disorders, but also its power to help trauma survivors potentially avoid or at least mitigate the effects of trauma when treatment and support are given to that survivor in an appropriate and timely fashion. The feedback we have gotten from the very diverse group of professionals who have attended our training has been overwhelming. They recommended it to their colleagues, and they seek further training. We plan to continue this training offered twice per year, and we hope to add a second phase that will be online and specifically build on that trauma and resiliency piece. So we continue to be incredibly proud of the advances taking place within our justice system, and we thank you for your continued support and leadership in this arena. Thank you.
Here to represent our new priority number 5, Dale Mullen from Warrior Homes of Collier.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Believe it or not, about 6 years ago, I stood, I think, right here and reported to this commission that we conducted our first veteran homeless count. One of the commissioners that's on the dais today was out there that day and was involved in that count. And we counted 47 homeless veterans living in Collier County. That's the good news. We found them, we located them. The sad news is there were no beds for these veterans. Today, fast forward 6 years, we have 6 houses, properties. We have 39 beds, and we have housed a total of 87 veterans year to date. These veterans range from as young as 33 years of age to 91 years of age. And because of that variation in age, the needs are very great. The veterans that tend to be much younger have substance use issues. The veterans that tend to be more on 72 and older tend to be senior veterans that are on fixed incomes, that the average veteran on the fixed income averages about $1,200 a month. We charge them 30% of their gross income, so the balance of that is made up by the charity. I also want to thank you, the Collier County, for providing those 2 houses and signing off on that, 6 more beds. I can tell you it's really appreciated. The veterans that live in those 2 houses today are happy. They think they died and went to heaven living in those beautiful homes, and we're very happy and we're very thankful for that. 5 years ago, this past January, 5 years ago, we opened our first house, which was Alpha House. And Alpha House was really open because with a conversation that I had with Judge Martin about how we could support Veterans Treatment Court and really what the need was. Judge Martin said, I need beds. These veterans that are coming before my court have more time than money. I need beds. There's many organizations and people that have promised to open beds in this county. It's never happened. We need beds. I went home that night, and that really weighed heavy on my mind because I'm a veteran myself. I called Judge Martin the next day, and I said, we're going to fix that problem. Our charity is going to fix that problem, and we're going to open up a house in Collier County, and that first house was Alpha House. That house was opened by the outpouring of this community. We had some fights with the city of Naples to get that open for zoning reasons, but we won. And we have had 44 veterans go through that house in a matter of 5 years. They stay an average of 7 months, and the success rates are very high. We're very excited about that because I can tell you that the pathway through into Alpha House really comes through primarily through David Lawrence Center. Veterans that are struggling with substance use issues go through the detox first, and then many of them go through the 28-day program, and then they come to Alpha House. One of the most extreme cases I laugh about today, and he's still involved with Warrior Homes, is he came from Veterans Treatment Court from jail, and all he had was his pajamas on and a dead cell phone. 5 years later, that man has his own construction company working. He's out in an outreach program helping veterans in this community. And I could go on and on and on with stories that have had an impact on this community and changed the veterans' lives. Our goal is that no veteran will be left behind in this county. But the pathway through our housing programs really is through David Lawrence Center and through treatment. We have had to move veterans to other counties for treatment because there was not enough beds in DLC. And I really ask you from the bottom of my heart, based upon my own personal experience, that service, those beds are really needed in Collier County to provide housing for those veterans, to get them stabilized, get them treatment, and then move into Alpha House and get on with their lives. It's my opinion, also in our charity, is that until we ensure that every veteran in this county wants a bed, we will never achieve the most veteran-friendly county in the state. We have to be able to provide clean, safe beds for our veterans. I have a short video of a veteran that I want to show you that kind of sums it all up, and he's in the audience here. And he went through this program. He went in Veterans Treatment Court, he went through DLC, and he went through Alpha House, and I think it best describes what it's all about.
My father's a Vietnam vet, and he, PTSD, the whole gamut. But for him, there was a stigma behind it. It was, shell shock, and he couldn't get his life together. Little did I know that I was going to follow directly in his footsteps. I mean, no well-adjusted, together kid says, you know what? I'm going to join right after 9/11, and I'm going to be a combat soldier, I got to take part in both the initial strike on Afghanistan, then Iraq, then back to Iraq again, and then back to Afghanistan again. And after 41 months of that, I was broken. I mean, the physical things that were wrong with me healed, but the rest didn't. It's progressive in nature. It started off where I just didn't have joy, where I had joy. And then it turned into, now there is no joy. And then there's no sleep. Then there's the nightmares, and then you start self-medicating yourself. And it starts off as pride. I'm too proud. I'm a man. I'm a staff sergeant in the United States Army. There's no reason why I should have to ask for help. And that pride turns into embarrassment. You think of the ones that didn't come home, and you have to realize that you're squandering the life that they lost. And so you get this guilt and this shame. And finally, you try to ask for help. And I mean, that's the big message. If you're not okay, you're not okay. And get help. For me, that journey was hard. I went to 5 different clinics. I walked in and said, I'm in distress, I need help. And they sent me away. The last one, which is a local one, put me in handcuffs. And they took me where crazy people were, and I wasn't crazy, I was hurting. I was just, my heart wasn't healthy. Nobody taught me how to do that. Nobody taught me how to deal with these issues. And I ended up hurting the ones that I love, pushing everybody away just alone with nobody to turn to. And then, well, I got in trouble. Go figure, right? Hurt people. And I ended up in Veteran Treatment Court, which I gotta say is one of the best things that ever happened to me. I got clean, I got sober. But once I got to Alpha House, I got I got a reprieve through time and in the space and the resources that I gained through Alpha House. I'm whole. You know, I'm healthy and I'm whole, and I'm still working that program. Where I was not a good place at all. And I'm not alone. There's thousands of guys just like me. They say that the OIF and the OEF, guys that went to Iraq and Afghanistan, 50% of those guys that come back have substance use or, you know, mental health issues. I'm just, like I said, I'm in a place of gratitude today because I'm healthy and I'm happy. I mean, hell, I can look at you guys and I can say, I'm happy. You know, like, that's what's up. Just thank you.
I want to acknowledge Mr. Tinsley is here in our audience.
Mr. Tinsley, thank you for being here and sharing the video, and thank you for your service.
So in the interest of time, we have submitted a call to action and next steps. I won't take time on that now since these are available materials for you. They're action steps. We want this new strategic plan to be grounded in action items and strategy. So these have been provided and we are available. We've worked really hard on making these very measurable and concrete. So as I said, don't need to spend a lot of time on that in the interest of time, but they are there, they've been submitted, and we are here to answer any questions related to that. Our next steps are to receive your feedback today and incorporate that into the final draft of the strategic plan. We provided an overview of the plan, but wanted to make sure that we incorporated feedback from today's workshop before submitting the final 70-page draft plan, which has all the action plans for each of the priorities. We do have a couple additional individuals that have come as members of the coalition to provide a brief statement. I know of at least two, and they've registered through the public comment process to give their statements just to make sure that we adhere to the time guidelines today. So we're happy to proceed however you see fit at this point.
All right, we'll get to those two speakers, and I'd like to ask Mr. Mullen, Dale Mullen, a quick question.
Yes, sir.
You had mentioned that 6 years ago you did the count and you found 47 homeless veterans. I know you've continued to do the counts. In your most recent count, when was that, and how many homeless veterans did you count?
Most recent count was in January by the Hunger and Homeless Coalition. The point in time count was 20.
20, okay. Do you feel that that's a fairly accurate count? Obviously it's a big county, and I don't know what your procedures are, but do you come away with that feeling that that's a fairly accurate count, or do you think that's just a small
I think
segment?
It's pretty accurate.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's pretty accurate. The capacity that we have and the number of veterans and the coalition and the outreach that's going on in this community, we got a pretty good feel for it. So I think it's a pretty accurate number.
Thank
Feel
you.
good about it. Michael, do you agree?
Commissioner Hall?
Mr. Mullen, I just want to add to that question. Do you have any grid at all for the homeless population that are not veterans?
Michael does. Michael can tell you.
So, Commissioner, yeah, that's the annual homeless point in time count. The Homeless Coalition administers that annually in January. We had been observing a steady decline in the amount of folks experiencing homelessness. And again, it's a one-day count, so it's meant to be a snapshot, not a full accounting of. Our number this year actually increased, and we believe that some of that is due to, again, high housing costs in Southwest Florida, as well as the impacts of the natural disasters that have occurred the last couple of years. So our number last year was about 660. This year, we're slightly over 800 in our one-day count.
Thank you.
Shall I call our two?
Yes, go ahead and call the other two.
Okay, so I believe we have Ron Stanford, and then Ben Bridges is going to read a letter from one of our members.
And Troy, do you have any other registered speakers?
No, Mr. Chair, those are the only two registered speakers I have slips for. Do you want them timed, or do you just want them to speak?
No, let's just let them go ahead and speak. If it gets to be too long, then we'll let them know.
Try to keep it brief. My name is Ron Stanford. I'm a peer specialist at the David Lawrence Center. I've been doing this for 15 years now, and I'm speaking in representation for my brethren that have bipolar disorder. It's kind of interesting. Sometimes we have thoughts of that moral decisions are making, that they've made mistakes with their moral decisions, and we find out that we actually go into a mode of making poor decisions, a mode. Good morning. I've had lived experience since I was 26. I'm 64 now with bipolar disorder, and now I know mental health talks generally start with statistics and definitions, but instead, let's just say this. If you've never tried to start a business, call an ex, order 17 snake bite kits, as Kay Redfield Jamison did once, and solve world hunger all in one evening, you probably haven't had a manic episode. This morning, I want to talk about something that's well documented in virtually every psychology textbook, but still surprisingly misunderstood in real life, and that's the poor decision-making mode one goes into during bipolar episode. When we go into mania, everything speeds up. Thoughts, plans, spending, speech, emotion, and confidence. It can feel powerful, inspired, even challenging, and that's exactly the problem. There was once a bipolar patient who booked 3 international flights one night, none of which he remembered the next morning. Another decided that she was destined to be a great global speaker and ordered 5,000 business cards, all before writing a single speech. What's happening here isn't just excitement, it's a collapse of our ability to assess risk and consequences. We make bold, sometimes disastrous decisions with total confidence that we're doing the right thing. We might empty a bank account, send irreversible texts, quit a job, or start 5 new projects by lunchtime. And in that moment, it doesn't feel dangerous. It actually feels overdue. Then finally the episode ends and we come back to ourselves, to the credit card bills, the voicemail regrets, the fractured relationships. We ask ourselves, what was I thinking? And the answer is, we weren't, at least not clearly. What's worse, people around us often treat those decisions as moral failures rather than medical symptoms. This is why early support and informed compassion are so essential for the coalition and this workshop. When we understand that mania affects decision-making just as it does mood, we stop asking, why did they do that? And we start asking, how can we help before it goes that far again? In closing, we are not our worst episodes. We are people working hard to live meaningful lives while managing something that can at times get far away from us. When you understand that even a little, it creates space for safety, for dignity, and for healing. And so I want to thank you this morning for your attention and your willingness to listen not just to the facts, but to someone with lived experiences. Conversations like this remind us that recovery is not about treatment, isn't just about treatment, it's about community, compassion, and the willingness to see each other as whole human beings. Thanks for being part of that this morning as we go forward.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Brian Bridges, Vice President of Programs at St. Matthew's House. It's a privilege to be here this morning. I have a letter to read from one of our members of the coalition, but since I don't get a time limit, I'm going to take a minute just to offer a comment on behalf of St. Matthew's House. You know, just around the corner right now, there's 150 people, men, women, and children, that are under our care, that are beneficiaries of the collective good that this coalition carries out every single day. Not only those 150, but over 400 people on any given night under our care that are beneficiaries of the collective good that's lived out through this coalition here. And so we appreciate the support that you lend to us. You know, 30% of our population on any given night falls into the older adult category. So it's a clear reminder of the need of these services. Just in this last week, we've had the opportunity to make 5 unique calls to the Mobile Response Crisis Unit from David Lawrence Center at our shelter to effectively and efficiently meet the needs of the people under our care. That would not have happened had it not been for the work of this coalition over the last several years. And many of you are aware of the unfortunate incident we had at our thrift store just about a month ago. And it was a stark reminder of the desperate need of these kinds of services here in our community. You know, in a place that is consistently and rightly so ranked as one of the most beautiful places to live in the country, as we see more and more people become aware of that and join our ranks. I can think of nothing more important than ensuring as a community that we have a robust, supported, well-resourced social infrastructure to ensure that Naples is a beautiful place to live, not just because of the nature and the physical beauty, but because of the way that we care for those at their point of deepest need. It should be a beautiful place for everyone. So thanks for your support over these years and your continued support. I have a letter here to read from Mr. Reed Saunders, a member of our Coalition for Healthy Minds. It says this: Dear members of the Board of Collier County Commissioners, I'm writing to express my strong support for the expansion of mental health services in Collier County and to commend the vital work the Collier Coalition for Healthy Minds is doing to promote mental well-being within our community. Mental health is a cornerstone of overall health and well-being, affecting individuals across all ages, backgrounds, and circumstances. In Collier County, we've seen firsthand the profound impact that accessible and comprehensive mental health services can have, reducing stigma, fostering resilience, and ensuring that those in need receive the support they deserve. Expanding mental health services is essential to address the growing demand and to bridge gaps in care. Increased funding, expanded access points, and community outreach initiatives can help ensure that mental health support is available, affordable, and culturally sensitive. Such efforts are crucial for preventing crises, supporting recovery, and promoting a healthier, more connected community. I applaud the Collier County Commissioners and the Collier Coalition for Healthy Minds for their leadership, advocacy, and collaboration with local agencies, healthcare providers, and residents to improve mental health outcomes. Your commitment to creating a community where mental health is prioritized and destigmatized is inspiring and vital. Together, we can work towards a future where every individual in Collier County has access to the mental health resources they need to thrive. I encourage continued support for your initiatives and look forward to seeing the positive impact of expanded mental health services across our community. Thank you for your dedication, leadership, and hard work. Sincerely, Reed Saunders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Open it up for discussion and questions.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? As on this introductory part, we're going to get into the central receiving facility in just a moment. Any questions in advance of that? Then I want to thank you for the presentation and all the members of the coalition for everything that you do. And we'll go to item 2B on our agenda, which is the central receiving facility.
Commissioners, we placed this item on the agenda so that we could have further conversation after the last Tuesday's conversation in advance of coming into next week's board meeting. If you all have additional questions, also opening it up for David Lawrence Center if there's anything, any clarifications or information that they would like to be able to discuss here. Again, this can save time and also inform our conversation next Tuesday when we talk about the operating agreement. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Burgess.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be before you. Thank you for your support. As somebody that was very intimately involved in the original strategic plan and involved with this update, I want to say how much we appreciate your support, your interest in helping us advance these critically important services for our community. As you know, and we've discussed before, that in a growing community, we're going to have these growing needs. When 1 in 4 are going to be challenged with a substance use challenge, 1 in 7 are going to struggle with a substance use disorder. So growing population, growing prevalence creates a situation where working together, we're going to be able to leverage each other's strengths. And I really want to commend and thank my colleagues that are here this morning and that have been pouring into this planning, and execution. I think Commissioner Solis, when he was involved, had said that he'd not seen a strategic plan gather the momentum and the execution to the level that the mental health and substance use strategic plan had in his time. So I really credit the hard work of all these individuals that are trying to care and support those in our community, our mothers, brothers, sisters, children, each and every day. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to present that. We really look forward to any additional comments that you might have before we present the final strategic plan for your consideration and hopefully positive approval. As it relates to the first priority that was prioritized by the group last time that we put the strategic plan together, the central receiving facility has remained the #1 priority of this strategic plan and of this group. And I know that when we presented before, there were a couple of questions that I wanted to make sure to kind of clear up. One of those questions was about the total number of beds for the facility. We're going to have 87 new beds in the central receiving facility. So 87 new beds. We'll have 33 crisis beds that will remain at the DLC current campus. So that hopefully answers that question. There was another question that came up regarding new staff that are going to be necessary in order for us to be able to provide the support in the central receiving facility. That'll be 92 new direct staff that will be needed in that regard. Those were the two questions that I know that there was interest in bringing that to this group here today. So I wanted to share those with you and take any additional questions or comments that you have and be able to respond to those today if you'd like some of those, or on the 6th. I know we have the next meeting on the 6th.
Well, there were a lot of questions last Tuesday, and we felt that having this as part of the discussion today might facilitate getting through the process next Tuesday, because that's kind of a deadline for us. So let's see if there are any questions or if there's any need for any further clarification in reference to the two issues that we addressed last time, the bed count issue, and then the requirements for ongoing funding from the county, were the two elephants in the room, if you will. And so any communication or questions here? Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, my question can be for both, but it's predominantly for the county manager. Has the operating agreement that was submitted to us last week been adjusted?
We met last week to discuss the topics and the issues that the board had concerns with. We have not made any, I'm looking at Sally, we have not made any adjustments to the operating agreement as of now.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Burgess, just to clarify, I know we had a number of 72 at one point in your presentation last week. And you said that was going to be a future number, I guess, in the existing facility. You would eventually end up with 72 beds. And I know the big question, a lot of us were just trying to wrap our head around the 33 beds, because a lot of people are saying they're moving. but from what I understand is they're moving, the adult care of the portion is moving to the new facility, as in 33 beds, which physically aren't moving the beds, but they will be occupying, whoever would have initially came in the facility that exists now would end up to the central receiving. But the 33 beds remain in the old, which are now going to double the size of the juvenile intake.
Correct.
So in reality, I mean, and then the future beds were going to be multi, like not just designated for, because I remember reading something in there that it wasn't just designated to juvenile, the additional to make up to 72.
Correct.
And then
Yeah.
you had an overall number with all that. So
Right.
in reality, that, you know, I understand the fact that we're moving service over to adult, but the beds still exist in the other facility.
That's absolutely correct. You summarized that perfectly. So we will have the adult services in the central receiving facility. We're not eliminating any beds on our current campus. We'll have the 33 crisis stabilization beds on our current campus, but they'll be dedicated to children. That's going to increase the children capacity. And then we will still have adult substance use disorder beds, treatment beds that are going to be remain available on our current campus. So those aren't going away either. And that's going to help support individuals that might be coming out of the central receiving facility. Maybe they went in under the Marchman Act, and they're in under the Marchman Act for 24, 48, 72 hours. They need a place to go afterwards to continue on with their treatment and their support. They'd be able to use those beds that are remaining on the main campus in order to provide that support. So you're absolutely right.
And the number is 72, so at some point, there's going to be an increased there'll in the old facility.
There'll be a slight increase on the current campus as well. So we're actually going to have increase on both sides.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll start off a little lighthearted, and then I'm going to get super frank. First of all, the best line of the well, I'll make one correction. You said our meeting on the 6th, and just for the record, it's on the 10th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's next Tuesday. So
6/10,
just
my apologies.
semantics. Best line of this meeting so far was, I might not have the keys to the city, but I do have a key to my own apartment. Okay, that's a great line. That's a great line. I mean, so, but here's my frank conversation here. This is, first of all, I've been very, very clear. I'm a huge supporter of the central receiving facility. It should go on the David Lawrence Center footprint, and it should have been approved years ago. That's just my own personal feeling. Are there loose ends? Are there questions? No project is perfect. But I think, and I said this at the last commissioner meeting, a B+ decision now is better than an A+ decision that never comes. This meeting is great. We're all singing Kumbaya. Everybody is positive about the need for mental health support. Okay, the proof's going to be in the pudding in 7 days when we come in this room, and I think it's long overdue that we need to make a decision. And if the decision isn't on the David Lawrence Center, this is a majority. I respect whatever anybody else says up here. But one of the things I had to correct for a senior leader in the county is it's not the central receiving facility on the David Lawrence Center property or nothing. It's going to get built somewhere. Taxpayers supported this. We have the funds for it. It's not getting any cheaper. It's not getting any bigger. It's shrinking in size and becoming more expensive as any project moves forward. And I know you and I are going to talk after this, and I'm gonna just take a couple of things off of my notes, and then I'll give you a deeper dive of just my own personal perspective about, in 7 days, what I think needs to happen in this room. First off, I think clarity has to be much better than the last meeting. It's great that you just clarified for Commissioner Colwell the amount of beds. There were 5 different speakers here at our last commissioner meeting that all said something different. That said we're transferring beds. The Delta's going to be 30 instead of 87 or whatever. You got to get your team together because you need to be speaking with one decisive voice at that podium. We're here making a decision using taxpayer dollars, not county money. It's money that belongs to the taxpayers, and we have to feel good about making it. And if you have to make the case that the David Lawrence Center location is the best, and you have the best plan and all that. And if you can't, we're going to move forward with Plan B, Plan C, Plan D. But we need to do something. And I certainly hope that we don't disappoint the community in 7 days by kicking the can or asking to come back with something else. I mean, I think we are very close. You personally have to either get us over the hump. I know that the county manager also has a responsibility there, but I'm hopeful that in 7 days we will make a command decision in here, because obviously this workshop, nobody disagrees with anything that is said here, but in the end you got to have the beds. So we could all say we want to help veterans, and Dale, you're doing a great job, and thanks to the NAMI guys and for the people that are doing the homeless count. I've been part of that. But in the end, if all we have is money in the bank and we haven't put shovels in the ground, then we've done nothing. And next Tuesday's the day to do it. So I'm going to give you some of my suggestions about what I would need to hear and what I think would help my colleagues. But the meeting at our last commissioner meeting, to me, I was even sort of never on the fence, but started to be concerned that there wasn't a cohesive message. So, not to get too much into the central receiving facility, but this was sort of an extra meeting to sort of talk a little bit about some details that could help us make the best decision. But I think it needs much more clarity, and maybe needs, I wrote down here, for lack of a better term, it needs to be dumbed down a little bit. It was all over the map. I'm just being honest, for me. And I think for my colleagues, or else they would have said, full speed ahead, I 100% support it. But our job is also to make sure that we spend the taxpayer money wisely, and if it's not on your facility, then it might be somewhere else. So I'm looking for real extreme clarity, a cohesive voice in 7 days. The questions, what the questions are that are out there. This isn't that complicated. We're not building the International Space Station here. This is the operating agreement. What's the loose ends? Somebody figure out the math equation on the beds, because I think we've all heard like 8 different options. And you may not think that, but I can tell you on this side, multiple people had all different numbers. And so then, regardless of if they're just misspeaking or some are confused or they haven't had the latest update or whatever, then that puts question in our mind that maybe this isn't a tight operation. And just to move forward and go, well, I'll figure it out in the end, isn't our focus. On the flip side, nothing's, like I said, ever going to be 100% perfect. Your job is to get us as close to perfect as possible. I'll end it by saying what is imperfect right now in our community is the number of beds of people who need mental health support, and I think that really needs to be our focus. And so this central receiving facility needs to go somewhere. It seemed like we were gravitating towards the David Lawrence Center location. If we're not, then I look forward to hearing what the next best option is. But the imperfect thing is what we're hearing today, that the need greatly outpaces what we have in existence. And I think that needs to be our number one focus, and we need to help solve that.
Ms. Patterson, can you put that, turn the visualizer on? Scott, I asked the county attorney to draft up a potential, move it up just a little bit so you, thank you. I had the county attorney draft up some language that I'm certain is not perfect, but I thought this would clarify the bed count issue. Take a look at that. It's just the underlying portion. If other commissioners could take a look at that as well. Something to that effect takes the bed count issue off the table completely. There is no confusion. You have a contractual obligation to have 87 new beds along with the beds that you currently have. There'd be no confusion about that. And this may not be worded the way that would be the most clear, but I'm thinking in terms of just some contractual language that basically says you've got 33 beds now. You're going to continue to operate those 33 beds. You'll have 87 at the opening of the facility, and you're going to continue to operate those 87 plus a 33.
Yeah, I'm seeing this language for the very first time.
Right, and I apologize for that.
No, and that's okay, and I'm happy, as I look at this right now, it doesn't give me heartburn because we do have 33 beds, we're going to continue with 33 beds, but clearly that'd be something that I'd have to take back and take a look at.
Yeah, have Mr. Yovanovich take a look at it, then he'll give you heartburn perhaps over this. But something like this, I think, would just take that issue off the table. So there's no need to have 6 people talk about the different types of beds. Commissioner McDaniel, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the stab at the quantification of the beds. I have to say, I was very clear on the bed count. I was very clear. I wasn't misled. I mean, I knew, we knew walking in here what those in fact were. As Commissioner Castro said, there was a lot of different people with different opinions, but bottom line, I was very clear on the bed count. I'm very clear on the need. I've talked about this need since I became a county commissioner 8 years ago. There's no argument that there's a need. There's no argument that a central receiving facility is in fact an answer to addressing the need. We talked about it way back when you first came before us asking for more money to support our sheriff's department with regard to the Baker Act and the Marchman Act. We talked about it again the following year when we allotted more money to help support DLC's efforts and what they're doing. And for me, it was easy. And I don't want to rationalize a human element with money, but at the end of the day, it was costing us more to incarcerate these people, and we all know there's little to no rehabilitation that comes with incarceration. It was costing us more money to incarcerate these people than it was to offer some kind of support, some kind of mechanism of support. Having said all that, I cannot believe that I'm sitting here today with these discussions that we've been having for all these years, and that operating agreement that was put before us last week is not fixed. I'm terribly disappointed. I can't even fathom someone asking me, who represents the taxpayers of Collier County, to enter into an agreement like that, and it hasn't been fixed.
Can you clarify fixed for me?
I can when you and I meet later. I believe you and I have a meeting later on today. I will clarify it then. It's not a discussion for us to be having in public. To quantify the largest disappointment that I have, the operating agreement in writing, in the operating agreement that we now have, that we didn't have in December, typifies the PowerPoint presentation that you put in front of this board in December. And the 4th page of that PowerPoint presentation said, we're going to operate this new facility to the best of our abilities if we have enough money, and if we don't, we're going to cut services. And the operating agreement that was put in front of me last week said the same thing in writing. Do I need to be any more clear than that?
No,
Okay.
I'm happy to have the discussion with you because there's a lot of additional clarifiers in there.
Well, having said all that, Mr. Burgess, I can't express how disappointed I am that I'm having to have this conversation right now. That's all I have.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to steal a couple of things off of my notes, and then I'm going to save the rest for when we talk. I really think the bulk of the confusion at the last meeting was you had multiple speakers, including yourself, that when we always say up here, words matter. Commissioner Saunders is the key of saying that, and it does. When people say we're transferring beds, that that right there is something that was a red flag. If you're transferring the mission of a bed and then you're recreating a different mission in the bed, you guys didn't say that, okay? And I don't know how many times we tried to pull that out of you, and then at the end we sort of got to it. But like as Commissioner McDaniel is referring to, or maybe I'm inferring something here, when I start to hear sloppy conversation, I'm not willing to write a $50 million check for anything for the taxpayers to buy. I need to hear that, we got a solid team in lockstep. And I think the word transfer confused a lot of people. And then I wrote in my notes here, we aren't building this central receiving facility, we the taxpayer, so that David Lawrence Center can somehow reorganize and be more cohesive and more efficient and all that. We want all of that, and maybe all that comes later, but the inference was, wow, once you build this on our side of the street, we're now going to do a whole bunch of different things to take advantage of the facility you're building for us. I'm not saying that's true. It sounded that way to me. Okay, it sounded, and I'm a supporter of this. And so I was like, man, why am I hearing this? So that's a little more feedback for you, that clarity and exactly what you're doing, but you can't take back some of the words that you and some of your other supporters said at the podium at the last meeting. And I'm kind of in line with Commissioner McDaniel that I'm sitting here saying, God, I just can't believe that we're screwing around with this thing still in small little sentences here and there. And I did expect to come to this meeting hearing that the operation agreement was agreed to or was overhauled, or for you to say, I can't take it any further, so we're not close enough. But you should go to Plan B. David Lawrence Center isn't your partner because I can't meet the needs of what what the county expects or needs or demands. I think a lot of it is just miscommunication in some respects, but then in some other areas, I actually think we're not as close as I had hoped we would be after all this time. But there definitely were some confusing words used at our last commissioner meeting that I don't think helped the cause.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Sure.
And I take the point that you're talking about with the language and the clarity, and certainly we're trying to make sure that that's completely dialed in. So when we've got a slide already prepared that's been on the beds and all of that's been approved by everybody, including county staff. We've already had those meetings. We'll make sure that 7 days from now, that's as clear as can be. My understanding, outside of this brand new language that was just presented today, is the operating agreement was agreed to. We are agreeing to that. The county is agreeing to that, the county staff. So I didn't come last week and I didn't come today thinking that we have any issues related to the operating agreement other than what now has been presented, of which I will take back. So if there's additional items that people are feeling need to get into the operating agreement, they have not been discussed in depth and detail. So I would like to get that information.
Well, that's a huge disconnect, because we've all met with the county manager and we've met with our clerk of courts who represent a whole group of people. And at least the message in my office, and I'm sure in the offices of the other commissioners, was that there was disagreement. I mean, our clerk of courts gave all of us deep detail. Maybe some of it I agreed with or didn't or disagreed with. That's immaterial. The rationale, the reality is, and her office is a main portion of the decision-making process. So I may not have an issue, but if she does and she's articulating it, or our county manager does, then we do have a problem, because we all want to paddle in the same direction, and I value what they feel. I value it deeply. So I think you're incorrect there, that thinking that everything's already been agreed to, and you don't know why we're not putting shovels in the ground. There's definitely, in my opinion, disagreement among our county staff and our senior officials who have been in the discussions from day one, and then that feedback's coming to us, and that's where we're hesitant to just put a rubber stamp approval on this.
My understanding is that staff had agreed with the David Lawrence Center on the terms of the operating agreement. The purpose of this meeting is to flesh out those types of issues, because the last thing we want to be doing next Tuesday, when we're really under the gun, that's a kind of a drop-dead day. The purpose of having this on the agenda today is to go through those details so that we can move through this smoothly next week and not get bogged down. Commissioner McDaniel, you've said you've got issues with the contract. This is a time to bring some of those forward so we can discuss them. You're going to have a conversation with Scott Burgess in the next couple of days. We're not going to know anything about that until next Tuesday. I just don't think that's a very efficient way to move forward. If you've got some issues, let's bring them out. Let's talk about them. I've gone through this agreement with our staff. I've spoken with Ms. Patterson and with the county attorney, Ms. Askar. And my understanding is that all the terms in that agreement have been agreed to by all the parties. I understand the clerk has some issues. I don't know if they are specific legal issues that have not been addressed. I know she's got some funding issues, and legitimately so. But in terms of the actual operating agreement, my understanding is that's been pretty much agreed to. I've added one thing to clarify an issue. If there's some other issues that need to be clarified, let's at least put them on the table so that all 5 of us have the ability to think about it. Commissioner McDaniel, if you got some issues, let's bring them forward. This, I think, is really the best time to do that. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Scott.
Hey, good morning, sir.
So I'm still not clear. We are going to build 87 beds in the new central facility.
Correct.
If we approve this. So we have a new facility for $56 million that we're going to build. You have a facility that's already paid for and you're operating 33 beds. Okay. If we build 87 new beds with $56 million of taxpayers' money, and you take some of the services that you're providing that's already paid for and put them over in the new facility, to me, that's a reduction of additional new available beds. And so I just want to make sure, and so Commissioner LaCastro said it, when we talk about transferring adult beds to the new facility, to me, that's not an increase of 87 beds, that's just a use of the new facility for your adult services so that you can make room that's already paid for your children's services. And I just want to be clear, in my mind, I love the fact that you were not going to transfer any services, that we're going to build 87 new beds and put 87 new potential patients in those beds. That made me feel great until I started listening, and I still thought maybe there was some transfer of adult beds over here to this is paid for, this is new money, and this is all I'm concerned about is the $56 million. So help me there.
Okay, I think the best way I can say it is it's 87, there's going to be 87 new beds. We've got 33 right now. Mm-hmm. We're going to build 87 in this new facility.
We are going to build 87 beds. That's not
plus 87.
So when we get the beds built,
yes,
is there any adult services that you have already operating going to move over to?
We will consolidate adult services into an adult building.
That's what I'm saying. The net increase is not 87 beds because you're already operating some of those adults. I get the strategy, but Commissioner LaCastro said it. We can't mix and mingle and enhance David Lawrence Center's operations on new taxpayer money. And that was what I was trying to get to. As far as the operating agreement, there is one part, staff did a great job trying to take the risk off of the people and making you as the operator assume those risks. But it came to my attention that one comment made by the chairman of your organization, when asked if things don't go right, if your operating is not covered and there's a gap to be filled, what are the options? And he said, well, we can lower services. We can ask the people we can ask the county commissioners to fill the gap, or we can purchase the building outright. And so when asked, Mr. Morton, if none of these things are a possibility, then he just said, well, then we'll just leave. And that's not the right answer for me. I looked at the operating agreement, and I didn't have a real issue with that. I love the fact that, you know, the kind of the burden's on you and you've got teeth in the deal. But then when I looked at the financial statement, we're planning on losing 900 something $1,000 per year. And to me, that is a plan. That's a plan to fail. And I don't want to enter into an agreement that's planning to fail. I understand that there are some revenue options from naming rights. That's great. But is that going to be is the naming rights going to provide 900 something $1,000 per year going forward, or are those just one-time revenues? Just a question I've got. I don't feel good about entering an agreement that's planning to fail, or that says, hey, if we don't make it, then we're just going to lower our services, because we don't have the choice of lowering our 56 million. If we build this facility and you lower the services, the taxpayers are still on the hook for a $56 million facility. Those are my issues, and they're real, and they're common sense, and they're not, you know, I just don't want to just, Mr. Evans' testimony, the other guy, I mean, that moves my heart like you can't imagine. It's not about that I don't want to do something good for the public or good for the mental health or to help people. We want to get there, but we want to get there where we don't fail in the future, or where we don't have to say, hey, we just screwed up. We didn't plan great. We kind of put the cart before the horse because we were excited about the services that we're going to provide for the public. I want the horse before the cart, and I want this thing to work year after year after year. So that's my, I want to see that the plan, the financial plan to operate, either trimmed down and let's see what's real going forward for the first month or the first year. I don't want to spend, you know, the scab that we have on the sports complex is a pretty raw scab. We've spent a lot of money, a lot more money than what we ever planned on doing, and we have a world-class facility. But we could have planned that first to get that world-class facility instead of, well, this is necessary, now we're under the hook. This is necessary, now we're on the hook. We don't want to be the big disappointment for mental health services in Collier County. And if you have to come back to us because we didn't plan to win in the beginning, and if you have to come back to us, I can't say that I'm going to be a supporter of bailing it out. I want to win going in. If we plan to win, then we win. If we plan to fail, then we fail. We just can't just chance it. We can't just throw it on the wall and see what sticks. So, I mean, I hope you hear my heart about that. Mm-hmm. And that's, I think Commissioner Saunders is correct, where this is where we just kind of need to hash that stuff out so we don't get in a public meeting in 2 weeks and still don't have these things worked out and ironed out and buttoned up. So, thank you.
Commissioner Kowalt.
Thank you, Chairman. I was kind of under the same agreement, Commissioner Saunders, because I wouldn't think staff would have brought the agenda item last Tuesday of the contract itself. It didn't feel we met somewhere and just have us vote on it, because the intent was last Tuesday. We brought a bunch of questions up about what we saw, and that's why we are here today. It's not that the staff and David Lawrence had come to some sort of agreement, or we would never have saw it as an agenda item. It would never made it to the agenda.
Correct.
They want to put it before us to vote on it last Tuesday. That's my position. That's why I felt through my meetings that's why we ended up where we were Tuesday. The problem was when we sat up here, the way we are, and we like to look at things at a deeper dive, we had a lot of questions about it, and that's where we ended up today. We could have took a vote on Tuesday on it, up or down, and we chose to move it to get more educated and understand some more of these questions. And this is more along the line. I'm just gonna try this bed number thing. We just keep going revisiting these physical beds, and I'm just gonna try to my own opinion and how I see it. I'm not counting beds anymore. I'm counting service. And reality is that 87 beds is the number that I guess we got to at some point for this new facility. And the fact is you can't, and it could be statutory, I could be wrong, but you can't treat juveniles and adults in the same area or within the same treatment area. And I think once the licensing of this building comes online, the adult service is going to have to be centrally located in the central receiving area because of statutory or permitting or licensing purposes. So in reality, I look at it this way. We are actually gaining beds because our juveniles still need the treatment in Collier County. They deserve the services just like anybody else. By having the facility built itself, all our adult services that are on an emergency type basis, your Baker Acts, your Marchman Acts, that come in unannounced, brought in by law enforcement, first responders, fire, and even family members at times, can go to their central receiving center and get the initial help as adults. But if they have juveniles, then they'll go to the existing facility, which now has a greater capacity to handle these issues. We don't have to send them to Lee County or Hendry County like we had in the past because we don't have enough beds for juveniles in crisis. To me, if you put it in that kind of mindset, by one being built, you ultimately increase beds for service in Collier County. It's just a net number of service, not so much actual counting beds. And that's how I'm starting to understand it when I take a more personal deep dive into it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's pretty much on the basis because of you're statutorily driven, the certificates to operation are driven, and now we created 87 beds to service these people in crisis as adults, and we're creating more beds in crisis as juveniles to service all of Collier County citizens.
And that's why I asked the county attorney to draft this language to put in the contract so that they are contractually obligated to operate 33 beds that they're operating now. They'll be children's beds, and to operate 87 beds at the new facility, and those will be for the adults. And so I think this clarifies that. Now, Commissioner Hall, there is a transfer of some of the use of those 33 beds. The adult use of those 33 beds will be transferred, but the number of beds will remain the same, and so our kids will have a better opportunity to get services here instead of being transferred up to Lee County or wherever they have to go. So to me, it's just this I think clarifies that. We may need to massage this language a little bit, but I think it's there in terms of the bed count. Commissioner McDaniel.
I want to remind everybody that when we were asked to enter into the lease for the operations of this facility, there wasn't even an operating agreement in place. I brought the minutes from when we approved this location for the lease. There wasn't an operating agreement in place. There is one now, but there wasn't one before. And if I hadn't brought that up, we would have entered into the lease and there wouldn't be a discussion about this. One of my issues with the existing operating agreement is and has been the cost centers. Again, I'm quite content, quite happy, quite pleased, quite grateful of what David Lawrence Center has done for our community over the years. I'm discontent with the separation of cost centers. I heard 87 new beds over here, 67 new beds in your existing facility. But the segregation of cost centers isn't part of the operating agreement. The operating agreement that I had, that I read, that I reviewed, talked only about the operational aspects of the new facility. I have an audit issue. I'm looking at this operational agreement. I don't have the professional knowledge to discern the requisites of care for different people that show up with different issues along those lines. I have to believe that was vetted out with people that do have knowledge. I'm not qualified to do that. What I am qualified to do, what I have been asked to do, is to be a steward of the taxpayers' money. I go all the way back to when you were the chair of the stakeholder committee. This particular location was number 4 on the locations that were selected by an independent consultant that we hired and gave us advice as to where to go with this. And so, leading all the way up to where we are today, here we are at the 7th hour. We still haven't adjusted the operating agreement. There were known deficiencies in that operating agreement. Commissioner Hall typified it when he spoke. And that was when he asked the chairman of your board to present this operating agreement to one of his many billion-dollar-plus hedge funds and ask them to accept it. They wouldn't, because it's an open-ended door. It's an open-ended circumstance. I've shared with you my particular points with regard to the deficiencies in that agreement. I need to see specific delineation in cost centers and how it's going to be managed. And the language with regard to the level of service reduction has to go away. I still can't say, in all sincerity, that I still can't say that I'm going to support this. I haven't been in support of this since it was moved from the on-site locations that were advised to us in the first place.
For point of clarification, I think it's actually really important because you've mentioned it a couple of times now. The original prioritization that was done on locations, you would concede, did not take into consideration the actual services that were going to be provided, what's a therapeutic environment for those to be provided, if the state was going to provide any grant dollars, if it was located on the county complex next to the jail. None of those factors were brought into that initial ranking of those locations, correct? And then after those were taken into consideration, that's where the recommendation was made to have it moved.
And I don't mean any disrespect, but I didn't see any data that showed that we were going to be denied any kind of grant monies or any state facilitation or any support from the agencies, if you will, with regard to the financial construct of this location. I heard people say that the on-site facility was going to be a detraction for people that seek assistance on their own because of the proximity to the jail. I didn't concur with that thought process. So
I agree with the second part of your phrase. I believe if we look back at the transcripts, you'll see that there was somebody that represented the state that made that claim about a reduction in grant dollars that would not be made available.
Regardless of that, a decision was made for a particular location. I don't remember all the details, Commissioner McDaniel, but one of the concerns, quite frankly, was the future of Collier County government, the buildings and things that we need. There were a lot of factors that went into that ultimate decision. And I think there was a lot of, quite frankly, I think there was a lot of confusion in terms of the validity of the recommendations they were even making. But regardless of that, the decision has been made. It's going to be at this location or not. But we're not looking at locations right now. We're looking at whether we're going to approve this project. And so rehashing that, I think, is instructive perhaps, but I think that's not kind of where we are right now. We're going to need to take a break here for the reporter. But let's finish up with your comments, and then we'll take a break.
I want to add short. And then
all right. Commissioner Castro.
I agree with the chairman that this is the meeting to be clear and transparent and get things out so that, and when you come back here in 7 days, we have the best chance to make a decision. If the statement is being made that the county and David Lawrence Center actually is in full agreement with the operating agreement, I think you're hearing that might not be true. And the one other thing I'll add, because we've talked about the beds and a few other things. The naming rights is a multi-million-dollar possibility, and from the meetings I've gotten in my office with county staff, clerk of courts, and just the other deep dives that I've done, that seems to still be a disconnect. And so it may not be a showstopper, and if it's not a disconnect, then that's when I say in 7 days, somebody come to this podium and with clarity explain exactly what's going to happen and what everybody's agreed to. And I have yet to hear that. And it still hasn't necessarily gotten me off of support of DLC, but I mean, I'm only one vote up here. And so naming rights and who's going to get the millions of dollars, who's going to control it, to me, that is also part of the operations of the central receiving facility. And I don't think that part is tight either. So that's more of just advice, and I agree with the chairman. This is a workshop to talk about the things that are sort of still thin, still a little bit cloudy, and I think that's one of them. I know it is.
Let's take a recess until 10:45.
All right, you'll come see me.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Yes, if you'll please take your seats, we'll reconvene. I believe we were still going through some commissioner comments. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, I want to reiterate the fact, we all, you and I especially, because we've got the most longevity up here, have been on the short end of votes when it comes along. I wasn't in support of the original vote that came forward when this location was selected. There may have been extenuating circumstances, but I'm not bringing up sour grapes because I didn't prevail on the vote. I do believe that the location of the facility is in fact relevant. I do recall that the needs assessment that was originally done asked for 120 beds, and I've subsequently watched that need not go down but go up, and the expenses associated with the cost of this facility has reduced the number of new beds. So, having said that, I have listened to several of my colleagues up here this morning allude to the fact that our staff was okay, that our clerk was okay. And I'd like to, with this operating agreement, and I'd like to ask our county manager and our clerk, if possible, to express some of their thoughts with regard to what's transpired and what has brought us to this date today.
Okay. We'll have Ms. Kensel, if you could come on up. A couple things. Originally, when we were looking at this site, my preference, quite frankly, was the site here on campus. But I became convinced, based on all the evidence, that that was not going to be the right location. But again, we're not litigating that issue. And then the other thing is, just so I don't think anyone up here said the clerk was okay with any of this. I said I think the clerk's got some issues. I'm not sure if those are legal issues or not, which is different than some of the financial issues that we may have. So I didn't want to make it sound like I was saying that the clerk is okay with this, because I know you've got some issues with it. So I guess this would be a good time to go through that. But we still need to kind of hone in on contractual issues because we're going to wrap this up here fairly soon. So if there are contractual issues that we need to address, let's try to do that.
And I'll let the county manager speak for herself, but we were all in similar meetings. I think the contract, in best summary, the contract that's before you is before you because we were unable to get David Lawrence to commit to paying for the operating costs or defining those costs and the source. It led back to the language that says, if it's a shortfall, they'll come to you. If you don't fund it, they'll reduce service. That seemingly was the best we were going to get from David Lawrence. I personally think that they had originally committed to the operating costs and maintenance in the first surtax obligation. The other indicator is that we gave over the entire naming rights so that they would have the ability and the opportunity to get endowments, get donations for the causes that they're used to being in that business. So between those two things, our expectation would be, my expectation, and let me not speak for anyone else, my expectation would have been that they were going to commit to covering the operating costs. They're in that business, they plan it, they know what the term of the lease is, and there should not be a $900,000 shortfall in the pro forma, which can escalate over years, that then that gap increases. One of the other segments of the contract indicates that if there's a shortfall in any state, local, or government, federal grants, that we would also maybe have to cover those in this gap. Again, not looking on the horizon and not knowing which state and federal local grants, that leaves an undefined liability on the county and the taxpayers. When I say county, it is the taxpayers. And so those are some of my very specific contractual concerns. The beds, again, the allocation of beds and the types of beds were fairly defined, not fairly, they were actually defined in that original pro forma for the surtax. That has morphed considerably. Today here again, at first you heard, no, we're going to keep the 33 beds and we're still going to build the 87. Then when pressed further, it went back to, well, yeah, but the 33 are going to be something different. So the type of bed is very important for the reimbursement and for the capacity to earn the revenues. And that is a direct implication on how we will be able to sustain the funding for the operation of a $56 million plus facility. So those were my specific concerns, and those have been articulated to David Lawrence over the course of many meetings. They just were not willing to bring that forward. This is brought forward to you with that. Thanks.
Is Ms. Askar still here?
No, she is.
Yeah, if you could come on up, because on the issue of the financial obligations of the county, my understanding is that under the terms of this agreement, that if David Lawrence Center is not able to meet the needs in terms of operating expenses, they have the ability, as anybody would, to come back to the county and say, hey, we need more money. The county has the ability to say, no, we're not going to spend any more taxpayer dollars. This is your project, not ours, and we're not going to do any more. At that point, David Lawrence Center has a couple of options, just like any business person would have in any kind of a business, and that is to change their operations to make the finances work. That may be reducing services, it may be something. But I don't think that that's an unusual type of a provision. But I think the main thing is I think it does protect the taxpayers, because at that point we can just simply say, we're not satisfied with what you're doing and we're not going to give you any more money. Is that accurate?
Let me add a little bit more clarity here. Sally Ashkar, Assistant County Attorney for the record. It's actually more narrow than that, Commissioner. So it's if the sources of revenue for the central receiving facility from the feds, the state, or the county are reduced, then David Lawrence Center can submit a request to the county for deficit funding. The county then has the option to either approve that request or approve a reduction in the level of service to account for the reduction in those finances that are coming in, or we can terminate the agreement, at which point the termination section kicks in where David Lawrence can either purchase the building, and if they don't, the county can then do whatever they want with the building and bid it back out if they choose. So it is a very narrow situation under which David Lawrence can come back and request that money from the county, and it is tied to federal, state, and Collier County grant funding, essentially.
So in your opinion, then, is this commission binding a future commission to undetermined obligations to operate this facility? It sounds like we're not.
I look, at the end of the day, Commissioner, there's nothing stopping anybody from coming back and making a funding request. And so we did the best that we could in this operating agreement to limit those funding requests to when there's a deficit in funding. And that's the compromise that we agreed to with David Lawrence Center as we negotiated this agreement from the beginning.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and I mean, you got called up before I was done with the clerk, and I don't know if you're qualified or not to answer the question with regard to the audit between the cost centers. We're talking about 87 new beds in a new facility, and we're talking about an increase from the current 2733, whatever we have in the existing facility, to a total of 67, and different cost centers that are going between those two. Are we satisfied with the capacity to manage the expenses with the delineation of the cost centers between the two facilities?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I'm probably not the best person to speak to that. I'd defer to our finance team on that one, or the clerk of courts.
I didn't mean to ask you the question, but
Okay, for the record, Clerk Crystal, that's exactly part of the problem. With the pro forma that you're looking at, it shows very succinctly probably about a $900,000 deficit. The naming rights do come into place, but in the agreement, they're first going to be used for furniture and fixtures to offset that part of David Lawrence's obligation, and then they would be used for any other gap. So we can wordsmith this any way there is, but the reality is there appears to be an operating gap that can generate them coming back to this board. You will either have to fund that gap, which we don't know really what it is, or they can reduce services, in which you've paid then $56 million for a building that may have reduced services, which I don't think is anyone's goal, because we just heard this morning that we need more services. So if David Lawrence were willing to commit to the contract that they will take the operating gaps and expenses and operate this facility, paying the operating and maintenance that they're required, not the overall for the large elements of the building, But in their original commitment, it was operating and maintenance. And I'm not seeing that clearly articulated. So we can say, well, they can come back and you can say no. But the reality is, if you say no, services go away, which isn't your goal to build the whole building. So it is the board's decision. I just think that all of that needs to be on the table for the taxpayers and for this board to make the decision that you feel is the right one for both David Lawrence, our population, and the taxpayer. Anything?
Did you answer my question about the audit and the cost centers between?
Yes, there are cost centers in everything. They have 6 facilities, a few other ones are in the works. They just received donations under naming rights, $4 million for one, $10 million for another. So they do very well in a naming rights condition. We haven't seen that articulated in what they believe they will make. At one point, they had thought it would make about $28 million to fill some gaps with the naming rights, but we haven't seen anything solidified with that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'd like to ask.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a question.
Wait a minute. Hang on, are you finished?
But I'll,
Okay.
Commissioner Hall.
He's got a question for Crystal.
Oh, Commissioner
Do you
Colwell.
have Crystal?
No.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Chairman. I just remember we had a few meetings and we talked about this in depth. And correct me if I'm wrong, do you remember I was discussing, is there ever going to be a time where these monies commingle with what we're building versus what they already have existing? And is there a delineated line between them? And you have the ability to audit that and make sure that that money doesn't creep?
Well, okay. They partition all of their money in funds, similar to what we do as a county government. Utilities money, utility general fund is general fund. But things like administrative overhead allocations, that's a very significant calculation across multiple entities, whether it's 6 or 8 entities that they will have. So you really have to look, and Rob does a great job of breaking down all the numbers, but we have had everything from a $2 million admin allocation to $4 million. I think now it's back to the $2 million allocation to administrative overhead. And that will fluctuate with every new thing that they bring online, and it should go down the more things that they're operating with the same management staff. Those are identifiable and you can audit them, but it is a significant task that if the clerk is going to audit that, we will need special capabilities to be able to discern that. When you have a bed mix, for example, whether it's a Medicare bed, a Medicaid bed, whether it's a private pay, all of those revenue streams will come into certain elements of their operations. Those have to be identified and assigned to those elements of the operation.
I guess as a county attorney too, is there anything in the contract that gives us that ability to give the comptroller the opportunity to oversee that?
I think there is.
And I found that out. I initially thought it was on the naming rights portion, but and that is our role, is to audit where you have funds and money. And we've worked with Arthrex, we've worked with other large companies. We've worked with David Lawrence before, back in my prior job at the sheriff's office. But it will take additional resources to keep that because it's massive.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thanks.
I am.
Ms. Askar, I just want to make sure that I understand it, because the way that I was thinking was if there was an operational deficit in any sort of way, they could come and ask us. But what you were saying was the only way that they could come to the board and ask for more money or reduce their services was if a state, federal, or local grant didn't meet the current obligation.
If their sources of revenue from the feds, the state, or the county are reduced, then they can come and submit a request for operational funding.
So if the state's good and the counties, we're sticking with our obligation, and all of a sudden Doge efforts come screaming forward and the feds reduce theirs, then they can come to us, ask us to meet the gap for what the feds are not meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
And we do not have to respond in a positive way.
The county is certainly free to terminate the agreement. We can deny the request and terminate the agreement. We can approve the request. The alternative, which we've discussed extensively here today, is the reduction in the level of service to account for that deficit.
And I think, Commissioner Hall, that would be similar to, I guess, any business. If you had a resort hotel with certain services, and all of a sudden the beaches are polluted, tourists stop coming, they're going to reduce services. So, I mean, I think that's probably a rational provision.
It's not, it's different because a hotel is their private investors' money. It's not public funds. We're spending public funds, $56 million to build an asset that's going to be operated by David Lawrence Center. So if they don't operate it like they need to, or some of their revenue sources get cut, they don't have the choice to sell it. If we were private investors, we could reduce our services, we could put it for sale, we could capitalize on the equity, we could do a lot of things as private, but it's public money that's building it, and I want to do everything we can to plan to win. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail, and I don't want to be in that situation.
And I agree with you 100%. I think you're absolutely right. It is public money, and we have to be careful with it. But it just seems like that's a rational provision in case the world falls apart.
I don't agree. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and maybe, I have a little bit of experience in managing public funds, and we're looking for an amount for an operational expense that really isn't able to be ascertained. The regulations change, federal, state regulations with regard to quality of care. The circumstances change on a regular basis. So I certainly understand the rationale for the ask. I haven't been satisfied with process after process after process that have come here and not the commitment to operate the facility. I just haven't seen that. And so I'd like to ask our county manager, we've had lengthy conversations with regard to this entire process, all the way from not having an operating agreement at all to what we in fact have now. I would like, if you would like to give your comments, please.
Absolutely. So you're correct. We found ourselves several months ago getting ready to transact the land, and all we had was a skeleton of an operating agreement. So that was something that the board had been very specific about, that we had to have a strong operating agreement. So we were understanding the roles and responsibilities, both of the county and of David Lawrence. So we've worked, and it hasn't been easy. And so I will say that all of you are right. We're here because we reached some consensus, but there are still concerns that David Lawrence is well aware of. And the staff is in a difficult position because we're trying to provide that protection to the taxpayers while moving forward a project that's very important to the taxpayers. So it's an interesting place to be. So through all this time, David Lawrence needed protection too. We started with a marriage with no ability to divorce. I think you've heard us say that. And we needed to be able to account for what happens if we needed to go our separate ways. So the teams work together, and like any negotiation, there are compromises that are embodied in this agreement. The reduction in level of service is not something we love, but we understand why David Lawrence is saying that as an option if there's no funding to continue on. Besides just saying we'll go our separate ways, there would be the possibility of reducing level of service. That was something that was offered by David Lawrence. Regarding the funding, of course, we've tried very hard to get our arms around that to make sure that those funding sources are delineated and that the clerk will be able to audit to the level that she needs to. So that's another important piece of this. Identifying what our financial obligation is. That was a very important aspect to the board. At the last meeting, we brought the item forward as close as we articulated this last time. We got the operating agreement as close as we could. So essentially, again, no different than any negotiation, with a recommendation that the board review and consider that operating agreement. We had been very clear in all of our meetings that we expected the board to have more questions. Now, that may not be questions that needed to be embodied in the operating agreement, but perhaps clarifications or other information that they would need to make a final decision. For example, Commissioner Kowal asked about how many new employees needed to be hired. There was, again, some confusion about the beds. Commissioner McDaniel brought up that he wanted to be sure that the funding was delineated in the operating of these different facilities. So those are things that may simply be able to be addressed by David Lawrence as part of their presentation. As Commissioner Saunders has, perhaps things that maybe need slight tweaks to the operating agreement. That was new today. So we want to say this, is that I and the rest of the staff have been very clear in our concerns throughout this process. David Lawrence knows very well where we have been positioned and where we continue to have areas of concern. But again, it's a balance between delivering this board something that they can contemplate that not only protects the taxpayers, but also advances a project that was important to the taxpayers. And that is something that we presented to the board for that conversation and for further direction.
Commissioner Hall, anything else?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I agree. I mean, I can appreciate, because there is a ditch on both sides of the road. And we don't want to fall in either ditch. But I did have a thought. If there's a surplus in federal or state funding, could we agree to let that offset our local match?
Since that probably never would happen, we probably could. Has there ever been a surplus?
It's if.
Yeah.
If a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his butt when he hopped. But I was just thinking that if we have to share in the downside, can we join in on the upside?
I'm actually looking in the back at Christy. Also, want to be sure when we use the term local match, that has a very specific definition.
Maybe our local obligation.
Yes, thank you. A local obligation, it could be higher than our local match. Thank you. Christy.
Yeah. Christy Sante, Community and Human Services Director for the record. In answer to your question, Commissioner, local match is defined by Florida Statute 394 and Florida Administrative Code. And it states that counties are only responsible to make up the difference. So if the state says that the match is $1 million and David Lawrence Center has other sources of revenue that come to $800,000 and they're short $200,000, our only obligation would be the $200,000.
So I think that's a yes.
Yes, so that answer, yes.
Our
Does that answer? So yes, if they had other sources of revenue, yes, you could offset our local match obligation, yes.
All right, good. Commissioner McDaniel.
And Commissioner Hall, I can assure you that frogs do not have wings. And I can also assure you that there typically is not excess funding coming from federal state agencies. There is a huge opportunity for philanthropic dollars, which has been a difficult thing for us to all grab a hold of here with the naming rights, the delineation of the expansion in the existing facility after the new facility is constructed and how that's all going to be orchestrated as well. My last question, and this goes back to what's already been discussed, is not the pro forma that's in front of us showing a loss, $1 million deficit, 900 and something a year?
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't have to say any more than that. I don't want to walk into something that's failing on day one.
All right, are there any other questions from the commission? Any other registered speakers? I think you said there's two.
We have two people on Zoom.
Let's
Would you like
hear
me
the
to call them
registered
now?
speakers, and then I have a comment to make as well.
Your first speaker is Matthew Holliday, and he'll be followed by Megan Edwards. Matthew, you've unmuted yourself. You had 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, County Commissioners and Chair. It is my pleasure to speak with you. I hope you can hear me. This is my first time trying to zoom in.
We can hear you.
On behalf of NCH, we have tremendous confidence in the ability of the David Lawrence Center to operate and manage this very much needed project. We know that they are singularly focused on their mission and that will ultimately serve a very needy population, increase the services across our region and our community, and ultimately save lives. We know they are the right care at the right time and the right place, and I hope that we will all be able to come together and support this great project and move it forward. And that's all I have this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, my other person on Zoom must have gotten stage fright as they're now gone.
Let me just kind of wrap up on this portion of our workshop. I think it was very beneficial for us to spend the last 2 hours on this. If we didn't do this morning, then we'd be doing this next Tuesday with a whole lot of other pressures involved. So I think this has been very helpful. I would suggest to my colleagues that if there are some specific issues that are troubling you at this point and need to be addressed further, perhaps an email to the manager to let her know so she can get those concerns to David Lawrence Center, because I think the last thing we want to do is be sitting here on Tuesday with brand-new issues that no one has talked about or heard of, because that just simply gets us bogged down. If there are other issues, Commissioner McDaniel in particular, if you've got some other contractual issues, let us know so we can begin to address those. If there are other funding issues, otherwise I think this should go fairly smoothly one way or the other in terms of getting to a final determination. Any other comments from the board? Then why don't we move on to the next item on our workshop agenda.
Very good. That brings us to item 2C. This is the Collier County 2024 Annual Update and Inventory Report, Capital Improvement Element CIE discussion. This comes to our workshop as a request from the board to talk a little bit more about the AUIR and levels of service that are developed as part of this. So we have prepared a number of slides from the various components of infrastructure. Some you're very familiar with, and they will focus more specifically on needs. Others are going to be a more in-depth conversation about our levels of service. Mr. Bosey will start with just a short overview before we move straight into the various components of the AUIR.
Good morning, Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. Thank you, Amy. I've got a 10-slide presentation just to kind of give you the backdrop of the AUIR and some of the components of why we do it and how it's related to our capital improvements as well as our levels of service that are experienced throughout the community for the various commodities that we do provide. Today's focus, as the county manager has indicated, the adopted level of service, that is the level that we build to be able to provide for the infrastructure and the services, the 5 and 10-year list of projects, some current deficiency surpluses in funding, and development of expected maintenance needs over the 5 and 10-year period with expectations cost associated with that maintenance as discussed at the May 27th board hearing with facilities. Last prior Tuesday, when you heard the conversation from facilities management of the development of that plan, that's the other part. Every year we come to you and we have the AUIR capital improvement element, and those are the projects we need to maintain with growth. The other part is the maintenance aspects. And the maintenance aspects has a lot to do with who we are and where we're at as a county. We have grown significantly over the last 30 and 40 years. We've added assets over that period of time to maintain the population growth. Well, those assets are starting to come to a critical point in their useful life, and maintenance is a critical component of maintaining those useful lives. So the cost associated with that, which is going to be developed over the next year, will be the final piece of the bigger picture of the financial obligations that the county has regarding our assets as well as maintaining our levels of service. A little bit of history lesson. 1990 was when the AUIR, the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance, was approved by the Board of County Commissioners and subsequently codified it in the LDC. And the purpose was to provide public facilities and services, make sure that they met or exceeded the standards established in the CIE required by Section 163.317 and are available for needed for the development associated with the approvals that are provided for, making sure that growth pays for growth. In 60202 of the LDC, we established the AUIR, which provides for the annual determinations of the levels of service, also, which is the concurrency for your Category A facilities and an identification of additional facilities needs. Your concurrency management system is your Category A facilities. That's your roads, your stormwater, your public utilities, parks, and schools. Those are your primary, that make up your concurrency management system. And the AUIR formulates your CIE, which is your capital improvement element associated with your growth management plan. And that preps you for your budgetary preparations, which start this, in earnest start this month. Also, 60202 states the purpose of the AUIR is management and monitoring program that evaluates the conditions of public facilities to ensure that they are being adequately planned for and funded to maintain the level of service to public facilities. 10 years ago, the state required that your Category A facilities were all fiscally feasible, meaning they had to be backed with identified revenue sources. That requirement has been subsequently lifted. As you will see within this current CIE that we approved in January, there were some unfunded needs that were associated, but that is in concurrence with the state law that you're allowed to have some unidentified revenue sources. For your Category A facilities, the AUIR serves as identifying and maintaining your levels of service associated with the capital facilities, but they're not subject to the concurrency management system. Essentially, the AUIR is the management and the monitoring program which ensures that level of service is maintained within the individual impact fees that are associated with Category B facilities. And impact fees are something that's directly interrelated with our capital improvement programming. We have impact fees that are associated that are gauged to be able to acquiesce what the cost of providing that service is for an individual household, and those individual households, as they move into the county, are charged to be able to expand the system to accommodate their additional demand, and it's succinct and it's a user fee. It's the user who is expanding the demand for those facilities, so it's the user who is paying for the expansion of those facilities. And that's the basic premise of what our impact fees are for. The rational nexus within your impact fees is population. Population is the growth within the county that places additional strain upon the service providers to maintain the level of service. As such, the level of service established in an impact fee studies, facilities will have to expand to satisfy the demands of the larger population base. Basically, it's saying as population comes, we will maintain that level of service, and those impact fees are almost individual contracts that the homeowners has with the government to say those levels of service are going to be maintained. That's what I moved here for, and that's what I want the government to maintain, that level of service moving forward. Within impact fee studies for the Category B facilities, population is a constant for each of them. What you'll notice, and I'll get to at the last slide, your transportation, your stormwater, and your public utilities utilize population, but it's not the only driver within the system expansion. They'll get into the specifics of that for their levels of service. The dual rational nexus test that the Florida courts have established justifies population as your first component. And the second is the government must show how the rational nexus between the expenditure of impact fee revenues and the benefits occurring or benefit the new developments. The second criteria within that dual rational nexus test is that the impact fees that are collected, are they providing a specific benefit to the individuals who are paying those? And we maintain that by maintaining the levels of service, which is ultimately expressed through in the AUIR as well as the CIE. in totality, the AUR stands as a checkbook for the levels of service adopted by the county and formalized through the collection of impact fees engaged against the demands of new populations. So that's a long way of saying we make sure that growth is paying for growth, that new users pay for the system expansions, and that what brought you here, the levels of service of infrastructure and services, will be maintained moving forward. Overview of today's workshop. Each individual section will cover, like I said, their adopted level of service, how, what the specifics of how they arrived upon that, the 5- and 10-year list of projects needed to satisfy that level of service, as you saw within the January 28th AUIR, highlight some of the current deficit and surpluses, and also, like I said, mention the development of that maintenance plan, which will be the last piece of the total revenue associated with the fiscal obligations associated with growth.
Hang on just one second. Commissioner McDaniel?
Are you done?
Oh, yeah, the last slide was just adopted levels of service. So you could ask, and I should have said, any questions anytime, I'm free to take.
I wanted to wait till you were completed. My number one question is that there's an enormous amount of data and information in here regarding our school district, which is an absolute independent authority, independent impact fees, independent taxation, separately elected board. Now, there's no argument that they have an enormous impact on our community from an infrastructure standpoint, both in drawing of services, level of service on our road system, so on and so forth. But my question, why are we dealing with the school district in this AUIR?
The school district is part of your capital improvement element. When we adopted the interlocal agreement and when we adopted the school public facilities element of your growth management plan, we included the school district as part of your Category A facilities. But you're right. By the time that you hear the AUIR in the fall, the school district has already adopted their 5-year capital project in September. You hear it normally in December or January of the following year. So there's not an obligation from the county to have any revenue contribution related to their capital improvement programming, but it is still a part of our capital improvement element. And that's why schools are included in the AUIR and the CIE, because of the public schools facility element that was adopted in around 2010, 2011.
And is that interlocal agreement still in effect?
The interlocal, there's 2 interlocal agreements. One was established in 2003. One was established in 2007. The 2007 interlocal agreement has expired. That deals with how we review school projects. There's a basic understanding between the school district and the Board of County or general purpose county government that we still review plans to that to those standards to that exists or to the interlocal, but the time frame has expired and there could be benefits in terms of staff eventually reestablishing that with the school district moving forward to be able to address some issues related to school board review. And with the fact that charter schools have grown in popularity and they've also grown in terms of the stature, the state statutes now consider charter schools part of the public school system. Because of that, we have an obligation to treat those charter schools as public schools, and therefore they benefit from the same benefits that are contained within that interlocal agreement related to your traditional public schools.
It's my personal opinion that we haven't given enough attention to the impact of our school system on our asset base. I mean, it may be easily accountable for refuge removal, water sewer disposal, or water and sewer and so on and so forth, but especially with regard to the impact on our road systems. The advent of the school choice that's coming about and the money that's about to start following the students. I believe, I mean, there's a disparity right now between the state education system and the revenue per child to the school district and to a charter school. It's about $8,000 for a child at the charter school and $22,500 or something for public school. But that's going to shift this advent of school choice, and as the money starts to follow the child, we're going to see schools popping up in a lot of locations that we have. We're already seeing them coming now. Number one. Number two, it's imperative that we do tighten up on the interlocal agreement that allows for us to have a say-so in the impacts of the schools and their locations on our infrastructure. Even with the existing schools that we currently have, it's nothing to drive up and down any particular road on school let-out time, and traffic's backed up out into our right-of-ways with parents trying to get in to get their children. And that needs to be accounted for in some form or format, either larger properties to queue the parents in to get them in or out. Something needs to be addressed there, definitely. My second point, now I'm off of schools. My second point is this rationale about growth paying for growth, and that's the accommodation of our impact fees and in relationship to our population and the level of service associated with categories A and B. How can we effectively manage that need based upon a population if what I'm led to believe is correct, and that we've been direly inadequate in the estimation of the upkeep and maintenance of the existing facilities that we have? I was told 7 years ago when we established the 301 account that the $2+ billion of assets of Collier County were being accounted for. We're being entered into the system. To ascertain, and I think I used a word that tripped up Commissioner Hall, and I called it actuarial, with regard to the useful life of our $2+ billion in assets. I don't want to. We don't want to stop doing what we need to do based upon the statute with requisite to population and so on. But it is imperative that we start accounting for the capital asset replacement and ongoing maintenance that we have. Every single one of us have issues within our district of deficit-funded capital projects and ongoing maintenance. Commissioner Saunders, when you and I came into office 8 years ago, there was $1 billion plus $1 billion of deficit-funded capital projects and ongoing maintenance that wasn't attained. It wasn't accounted for. It was on the front page of the budget. I say it was in the budget. I'm one of the few that reads the budget, but we as a system, we as a government system need to account for those assets, their useful life, and the maintenance associated with those useful life. We can't just collect $100 million in impact fees and go build something and then not have a plan for how we're going to pay for it, either in its operational aspects or ongoing maintenance.
Yes, sir, we completely agree with that. And building off of Mr. Dunnick's presentation last week is the plan to gather all of that information and then develop a plan not only for what we already have, but also for anything that we build that needs to be part of when we come to you saying we're going to build whatever, a library. You need to understand the useful life and the maintenance cycles that are attached to that facility. We've done a better job with some of our in-ground infrastructure, things like utilities and some aspects of transportation. Stormwater, we're getting there. Obviously, you know that's a huge number, looking at the backlog on stormwater maintenance. But we've done not as good of a job when we look at our vertical construction, our buildings.
I'm good for now.
Ms. Patterson, when it comes to the problems with our building maintenance, and basically the repair and maintenance of all of our facilities. What is the source of funding for that type of activity? You got this building here that is in desperate need of either being torn down or being fixed, most likely torn down and being replaced. But just in terms of maintenance, how do we pay for maintenance? Where do the funds come from for maintenance?
Largely from the general fund in 111.
Okay.
So,
So-
property taxes and other general revenue.
Okay. So, I knew the answer to that. I just wanted to make sure that was the case. So when we cut our millage rate, we are impacting the ability to maintain our current facilities to some extent. The only alternative once we do that is to move money from some other projects or something to do that.
Yes, sir. So you would, it's a prioritization exercise. So you could reprioritize programming or something like that if the priority was to maintain buildings. We haven't given you a good sense of what it takes to maintain 5 million square feet of aging buildings. So that's another issue. But there are not, short of developing another funding source, like going out for another surtax, you don't have the flexibility in these funding sources to use others. So without new revenue sources, it falls back on the general fund in 111. And if the sources there are reduced, then obviously it reduces our ability to do everything.
And are you determining the amount of shortfall we have at this point in time in our maintenance activities?
So it's going to take a little bit of time to do that. We do have the obvious things that had been addressed even as part of the last surtax offering, some of the bigger air conditioning, the chiller plant on campus, some of the bigger roof structures, some of the work at the jail. But when we talk about the 5 million square feet that we're responsible for, getting our arms around that is part of a larger exercise. In that will include parks buildings. So we understand maintenance of parks fields. I'll go on a limb and say we know how to keep the grass generally, but those buildings all need to be taken care of as well. So when we do this comprehensive look at everything that we have, it will include the entire suite of buildings that we're responsible for maintaining. So yes, we are attempting to get our arms around that. We know what we know is very expensive, and the price tag is just going to keep going up as you add more buildings in. We have a lot of buildings that are, they're older.
Will you have some estimates during our budget process?
We could give you representative costs. So the cost to replace air conditionings, the cost to replace roofs. And I think that our facilities folks would be able to make some general statements about how old a building is when it might need things done to its air conditioning or to its roofs or to other general maintenance. We won't know specifically, for example, what needs to be done to Eagle Lakes Community Park, because that will be part of this inventorying.
Yeah, I don't think we would need to have specifics on different buildings and different facilities, but I think just having some general idea of how much money is needed in each of the next 5 years, for example, to maintain our facilities would be helpful for us.
And I think you'll be able to get at least a kind of a picture of that, because obviously we have prioritized maintenance. That's places where we know there are actually things wrong. So that's going to tell you probably where we would go first. The problem, too, is that when we go to do what we think are repairs, we're finding that things are way more aged than we anticipated, and so that triggers a whole nother cycle of things. But Mr. Dunnick and Mr. Deloney will definitely be prepared to talk about this more in the budget process. It's informed the way that they've developed their budget this year, and then their plan forward.
Mr. McDaniel.
Yeah, just one point, and I'm not throwing any rocks. This isn't new. This subject has been going on for quite some time. We established the 301 account, 7 years ago, the Capital Asset Replacement and Maintenance Fund. I was told that the actuarials, the determination of the useful life of our assets was being inputted into the system so that we could define how much, Commissioner Saunders, out of our general fund revenues needed to be appropriated on an annual basis for ongoing repairs and ultimately replacement of those assets when they reach their useful life. I've since learned that that wasn't necessarily all of the case. We did it in some, but not in all. And so I'm really happy to hear that we're having these discussions. It's going to bode the discussion on how we're going to go forward and what we're prioritizing with regard to the expenditure of the taxpayers' money as we move forward.
And just to finish up, like I said, this was the last slide. As you will notice, the first 5 individual categories within your adopted levels of service, population is not the primary factor. It's one of the factors that is established within the formula that arrives upon their level of service. But then from parks to jails to law enforcement, libraries, county government, and EMS, they're all population-based, just to provide you just a little distinction.
On emergency medical services, I can't make any sense out of what that line item actually says. We have a bunch of people here that perhaps are involved in emergency medical services and first responders that are in the audience, but perhaps you could help me understand what 16,400 per population.
For every station, it's 16,400 people. That's the level of service standard. One station represents 16,400.
For each EMS station?
Yes.
It's actually the 24-hour-a-day response unit. So EMS has got a very strange situation with their level of service. They're going to talk about it a little bit when they get up here, but basically this represents the ambulance and some associated space at a station, but essentially it's the emergency response unit. There's a lot going on in EMS. This level of service is one that we intend to I'm taking away a little of their presentation. This is one we tend to, or we're going to plan on making a recommendation to reevaluate, because this is actually just one of 3 levels of service that are used in EMS. The second level of service, which definitely needs to be updated, is a response time level of service, but it's delineated by an artificial urban-rural boundary that really no longer exists. So 12-minute response time in some areas, 8 in another. And then lastly, there's a level of service that applies pertaining to the impact fees. And this is a tricky situation in EMS because of the co-located stations. So as we move forward here, we, with the evolution of the COPCN and the potential for other transport agencies, we're really going to be looking at the way that we place units. And so it's not so much that we're going to build our way out of our situation with EMS, but rather the strategic placement of those units throughout the county, as well as looking at how the addition of other transport units will actually help our system. It's pretty exciting, although it sounds kind of nerdy of me to say that. But to look at this level of service now, I think you're going to see big changes in this one in the coming years, to the positive.
Commissioner McDaniel.
And I'm not stealing any thunder either, I think, but I've seen some emails flying around about cooperative efforts with our independent fire districts and the transport and then the alignment of the protocols to allow for that to transpire,
Yes,
which
sir.
is an enhancement ultimately to the care of our residents. That in my mind's eye, the number one level of service is the time associated to get someone there to assist.
Yes,
Period.
the operational level of service, and it's one that needs to be reviewed. We just have a level of service that tells us how we need to provide units as population grows. But again, now there's been questions over the years about with ALS, even non-transport ALS, how does that impact your response times? And now looking at, again, the disbursement of those units with the fire districts coming on to help is going to allow us to look at this differently and really get units placed where they need to be versus being tied to what's been sort of a station model. And we, again, us building an EMS station and building a fire station across the street, those days are over.
All right, we're going to need to, in about 20 minutes, take a court reporter break if we're not finished. Do you have anything else in terms of the of
Yes,
this
so
presentation?
We have the individual facilities to come up. They each have a short number of slides. We can get started on those, and we'll move along fairly quickly. The highlights of this, largely, other than what I just stole from EMS, is going to be on some of the areas where there are shortfalls, where we want to bring those to the board's attention, as well as some of the other levels of service that we will be working on here, upcoming government buildings being one of those. So let's go ahead and let's get started with stormwater, if we can, if we've got them queued up. Might as well jump right into the best topic of the day.
Well, I hope it goes up from here. For the record, Trinity Scott, your Transportation Management Services Department Head. I have a plethora of my team here with me today who may assist with answering any questions you might have, but we're certainly going to start with probably one of our biggest areas of needs of infrastructure, not only capital, but also maintenance. So our stormwater infrastructure is comprised of several miles of major canals, many of which that are maintained by the county. We do have a cooperative agreement with the Big Cypress Basin where they do maintain a large portion as well. We have multiple water control structures, lots of pipes, and many miles of roadside swales. To get right into it, over the next 5 years, the blue on this bar chart represents what our anticipated revenues are, and the orange are our capital needs at this time. So just dive right down into that. In FY26, we are anticipating over a $64 million shortfall, and over the 5 years, a $300 million shortfall in projects that we know that we need to do. This is a list of the projects just for FY26. And I should note that this is a little different than probably the backup documentation that you have for the AUIR, because we did sync this up with what's going to be coming to you for your budget next year. So the AUIR document, we actually prepared this probably about a year ago now, so we wanted to sync those numbers up. The very first thing that you'll note is a stormwater utility study, a need for automation, which would provide some efficiency with regard to our maintenance activities. Just to give a little bit about automation, the Water Management District can essentially adjust their stormwater management structures from their home if they had to. Where for us, for our facilities, Marshall, Mr. Miller has to actually send out crew members to make those modifications. We can monitor some things from our office, but to actually make modifications to where a weir level is, we have to send people out. So being able to do that with technology would certainly help us long term. Many of the projects on this slide are what we call partnership projects, where we are working cooperatively with the local utility providers to be efficient, try to disrupt our citizens only once and go out there and tear up a road once, and while they're replacing their utilities, but we're also bringing that stormwater infrastructure up as well. Some of our maintenance challenges are, we don't know what we don't know. Much of our infrastructure is underground. Our proactive clean view and repair. It's one thing to go out and clean it and look at it, but we have to go back out and fix what we identify as well is essential. Ms. Patterson talked about and Mr. Bosey talked about, and I'm really dovetailing on a lot of things that Mr. Dunnick brought up last week when we were talking multiple assets degrading at the same time. You can definitely, when you're looking at the age of our infrastructure, see that we built a lot, then we didn't build some, then we built a lot. So we have a lot of things that are degrading all at once. We bring on new assets, that means more maintenance needs. Vanderbilt Beach Road Extension, that's a lot of stormwater infrastructure now that we're underground infrastructure, as well as our Carson Road stormwater pond. All of these are necessary asset adds, but they do require more maintenance needs. So our stormwater funding, our capital projects, they must be synced with that local utility provider for efficiency and coordination purposes. We're working with the Office of Management and Budget, strategizing on short-term funding needs for FY26 to get these projects moving. But we know that we need a dedicated long-term funding source to address our new and aging infrastructure. So we're going to have some further conversations as we go into FY26 of how we do that. So that's the end of the stormwater. I see the, don't hurt your finger pushing that button, sir.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I thought I said that. Did I? Yeah, I'll try it again. Commissioner McDaniel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When are we going to have the discussion about the stormwater utility?
We are making a request for funding for the stormwater utility as part of the budget.
Okay.
And if your colleagues agree, then that will set us down the path to hire a consultant to develop the methodology, which we already have our thoughts about that and have talked to outside counsel. But that will set us down the path to begin that process.
So we have to do a study in advance of the adoption or the presentation of that to come forward.
Yes, sir.
We're not going to do what we did before, are we?
Well, I don't plan on it going the way that the one went the last time.
Okay, good. Well, and there again, just to reiterate, we spent $500,000 on a consultant to come tell us about a utility that was an absolute folly.
Yes, sir. We're looking at, as discussed, bringing in the fee at a basic level and holding it for a period of time before we start to index it up. Two different thought processes on whether we establish the fee for maintenance throughout the county and then look at districts or basins to deal with the capital projects is one offshoot of this that we can talk about more because everybody participates in the maintenance, but not everybody has capital projects going on at the same time. So there's a few different ways we can look at that, but the first thing is to take the complexity out of it. But because it's a fee, it still requires that study in order to do the whole nexus and all of that that's required for the special assessment. So we'll go through that process, but not in the same way as before.
Okay. And that establishment of that non-ad valorem assessment will then allow for, assuming it meets all of the tests and criteria, it will allow for a managed bonding to be able to take care of some of the short-term needs that we in fact have.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll also be able to assure our tax base that some assurance as to what those ongoing expenses in fact are going to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it does make it a special assessment, which is a below the line assessment and it's not a millage driven.
Right.
So there's stability.
Yeah, well, that was what caused a lot of issue before, because it was a millage rate driven portion of the existing millage rate that then got managed differently based upon previous priorities and the expenditure of the available funds.
Yes, sir. We did have what I like to call the semi-dedicated millage. It wasn't a voter-enacted millage, but it was a semi-dedicated by resolution, and there was a change made. This is all pre-utility. A change was made to that resolution where it was 0.15 mils equivalent to up to, and during the recession, it went to almost zero.
Right. Thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to continue forward and go on the road?
Well, you might as well. We'll just keep Trinity up here and she'd go right into roads. I think we can do that before Terry needs a break. You all are very familiar with transportation, so she's going to quickly get to telling you how she needs money.
Hold on to your wallets. Okay, so as Mr. Bosey discussed, our level of service is based not by population, but actually based on traffic counts and actual usage of the roadway system. Our adopted level of service is a level of service E for our roadways that are already to a 6-lane or their maximum widening capability for what we do here. Lots of folks, when I go out and talk with people, they want to know, well, why don't you have a level of service A? Well, level of service A would be inefficient use of our limited funds. We'd have roads that didn't have folks on it for majority of the day. So our level of service is determined. We conduct traffic counts multiple times throughout the year, and that then is analyzed based on the actual capacity of the roadway. Over the next 5 years, we plan to add about 45 additional lane miles. And when I'm talking about level of service on an annual basis, we are assessing the level of service on about 1,400 lane miles of collector and arterial roadways. So for 26 through 30, we have 16 construction projects, which are multiple bridges, 45 additional lane miles, including major intersection improvements. This bar graph's a little better. The green are our revenues, and the red are our unfunded needs. You see a large amount in fiscal year 28. We have several large projects in FY 28, many of which are affiliated with Immokalee Road, and I'll get into some of those in just a moment. For FY 26, we have a total unfunded need of just under $50 million. 27 is just about 28 million. That high number in 28, 260 million, goes down in 29, and actually in fiscal year 30, we have a little bit of a surplus. So, but overall.
Commissioner McDaniel?
No, wait till she's done.
Okay. I do have a question on some of these shortfalls. So go back to that one where you had the big spike in 28. Why does that big spike on 28 disappear in 29? What is providing the funds?
So those are unfunded. So in fiscal year 28, we have a large unfunded need. Okay. So in 29, that goes down. And it's just based on timing of projects, when projects are available. Projects could slide out if we wanted to slide them out.
It going down in 29 is not a reflection of the fact that we found funds for the
No.
28 shortfall.
No, it's not.
No.
That is not a cumulative. That is
right.
each individual year.
Okay.
Could be cumulative.
So overall, for the 5 years, we're in need of $314 million at this time.
That's a lot better than the stormwater.
It's on par, same.
Same.
Yeah, about the same. So this is a breakdown of our funding opportunities that we have. A large part of impact fees, gas tax, some general fund, grants as well. But you see a large part of this pie is our unfunded needs at 45%. For projects that are in the outer years of the program, we'll certainly continue to work to try to obtain grants. But I would be remiss in telling you that we could come up with $300 million of grants. We could maybe make a small dent, but not a huge one. More like a hail dent, not a, So for our roadway needs for fiscal year 26, that $50 million is Collier Boulevard. That's that widening through Golden Gate City, that last 4 to 6 lane section. Also Everglades Boulevard right-of-way, as well as beginning the construction of Vanderbilt Beach Road Phase 2. And these are partial unfunded. Remember, I have impact fees and I have impact fee districts, so we're looking at our collections. And I can't take impact fees from this area and spend it over here unless it's a regional roadway. So these are partial unfunded projects. With regard to our pavement maintenance program, just getting into those maintenance areas a little bit, we have a 5-year maintenance plan that we just recently developed. We're utilizing new technology with regard to that. We have loaded all of the information that we've gathered into the system, and we're using some out-of-the-box degradation schedules. Our plan is, in 3 to 5 years, go back utilizing similar technology that we just used to be able to refine our algorithm as far as our degradation schedules and be able to really continue to develop that 5, 10, and ultimately a 20-year paving schedule for our roadways. So as of right now, we have some maintenance plans in place, but we aim to further refine them as we move forward. Just to talk a little bit about sidewalk maintenance, we have about 460 miles of sidewalk that we inspect annually. In 2024, the Florida Department of Transportation modified their standards of what was an allowable lift. So previously, we could have a 3/4 of an inch lift in a sidewalk, and FDOT changed those guidelines down to a 1/4 of an inch. So that immediately created a big backlog of maintenance items that we have, and we're working through those. But we're working through those with contractors. So once we get caught up, we're hopeful that we can stay caught up, but remember, we're also always taking on new additional facilities as well. I want to touch on signal maintenance just quickly. In the last 20 years, our signals, our preemption devices, our traffic counters have increased by more than 30% as far as the number of assets. But in that time frame, we've had the same number of people who maintain those. That's 7 people in the county who maintain over 237 signals. And so, yes, we're doing an efficient job, but there's really that balance of our maintenance needs and taking on those new facilities as well. So you'll be hearing about that in an upcoming budget about some expanded requests with regard to signal maintenance. So our maintenance challenges are, once again, multiple assets degrading at once due to clustered build times. Back in the early 2000s, we brought in Norman Feeder to be me. Norman built a lot of things. Well, now we're maintaining a lot of things that were built in a very short period of time. So those new assets mean more maintenance needs. Once again, Vanderbilt Beach Road Extension. Our Tiger project just completed up. That's 20 miles of new sidewalk in the Immokalee area. And while that's great for the Immokalee area and the folks who are walking out there, it puts a tremendous strain now on our maintenance folks, and we need to stay up on that. And now I have 20 new miles of sidewalk to inspect every year and repair as necessary. We have increased contract costs without increase in service. So for those services that we contract out, whether that's mowing or concrete or pavement maintenance, those contract prices are going up, but we're not getting a higher level of service for it. And realistically speaking, our budgets have remained flat. So when budgets remain flat, but those contract prices go up, you get squeezed in other areas then. So it's certainly a very delicate balance that we weave through. So for our roadway funding, we anticipate reimposing our 9-cent local option fuel tax that's set to expire December 31st. We're working with OMB to strategize on our short-term funding, and then we'll be discussing further discussion in FY26 for different funding alternatives, which could be a bonding of that gas tax, similar to what Commissioner McDaniel was speaking about for the stormwater utility. But really watching interest rates and all of that to see when the right time to do that is. That's it.
All right. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. First off, when I was reviewing this and this calculation of these needs based upon traffic counts, it went all over the place based upon the traffic management area, expansion boundaries, and so on. And so it was very difficult to follow. And I understand you do that just to keep us back on our heels so that you know everything and we're confused.
I wish I could forget something,
yes.
Sir.
And so is there a path to make it more discernible to the regular people?
So what you're speaking about is we have certain areas within the county that are called a transportation concurrency management area. That particular area was developed back in the early 2000s, where we knew that we would have areas where the roadways would exceed the level of service and we wouldn't be able to have a plan for them because they were already 6 lanes, there wasn't a parallel roadway opportunity. Or there is a parallel roadway opportunity, but it was really decided to look at the area overall. So 90% of those roadway lane miles need to be at acceptable levels of service. And that is kind of confusing when someone looks at one specific roadway and they're saying, well, it's a level of service F, you shouldn't allow someone to build, et cetera. When in reality, in those particular areas, we look at that and the overarching area. So that is a little bit more confusing to look at.
Well, just reading the considerations that are part of this presentation, the level of service threshold volumes are calculated using ART plan and high plan software. Measured volume is based upon the 250th highest hour, which is essentially equates to 100th highest hour after after omitting February and March data consistent with the growth management plan. Whew.
What?
Yeah, it says it right there.
Does.
And so my question is there a path to get to a point where a regular guy can understand what in fact is being analyzed here? Is there a path? And if there is, I'd like to know what that is going forward.
We can look at a path. Essentially, I'm gonna get it down to layman's terms. What we are looking at is we want to look at the peak hour directions in the afternoon, and we want to look at them. And that, by the way, when you get to that 250 highest hour, the 100th highest hour, that's what gets us to that PM peak hour time frame. And we want to pull out the seasonal fluctuation because we don't want to build our roads for Easter Sunday. I got to give Norman Feeder the credit for that. But we want to build our roads for what is our typical day. Not the influx of folks in January. So there are some factoring that we have to do with those traffic counts to be able to get to that 250 highest hour to get me to that PM peak hour, and then also to factor out those seasonal irregularities for us.
And you've explained that to me, and that's where, you were quite adept, I think way before I became a commish that you shared with me, we can't build our roads to a level of service A because there's no cost effectiveness to that. It's astronomical to go to that level. But softening up this so that a regular guy can understand it will really, really help as we're going forward, especially when you're expressing needs for expansion and how you're going to go, where you're going to go. And I think utilizing not just a population estimation and a trip count, but also, our CIGM, the Collier Interactive Growth Model, has a very nice component within it that talks about dispersal of populations and where they're at, so then we, the board, can better prioritize where money needs to be moved and spent in order to accommodate the necessary traffic flow. Mr. Bosey can sit there and talk all he wants about us moving away from a bedroom community, but we are a bedroom community for the foreseeable future, and we have to accommodate for that. That's more just of a statement than anything.
If I could talk a little bit about the County Interactive Growth Model, because it's also the basis of the long-range plan. So you as board members are now going through that with the Metropolitan Planning Organization process. That's the basis of that model. The annual update and inventory report that you're talking about today really feeds that model as far as when you're looking at your long-range plan, what needs to be done sooner rather than later. So it's really the cyclical process of the long-range plan feeds your AUIR, but your AUIR really feeds the timing of that as well.
Well, in that regard, when I was looking at the other things that were within this report with regard to expansion of roadways that are existent today, maybe we need to start addressing some of those theoretical prioritizations based upon the population dispersals that we in fact have. And we don't need to mention anything specifically here, but I saw where there were actual traffic reductions in certain area and didn't necessarily correlate to your future expansion or the needs analysis that I was seeing in here. My last question, and then one statement. I know the chairman wants to go to lunch, so.
Well, in reference to that, I'm not sure that we're going to break for lunch. How much longer do you think the presentations will take?
Commissioners, I don't think it's going to take much longer, and certainly if you have areas of focus that you want us to come back after the court reporter break, we'll go straight to those.
Why don't we finish with Commissioner McDaniel's comments, Commissioner Hall, and then we'll take a break.
Quick question.
And now I have 2 quick points, and that you mentioned earlier the management of impact fees and the districts associated. Those districts aren't correlated to specific county commission districts. They are specified geographic bounds. how can we help you better manage those monies to the benefit of everyone with regard to the necessary expansion of roadways? I know it's been done in the past. I know that money has been moved from one place to another. Or do we need to make definition adjustments with regard to our roadway system so that there is a little more latitude with monies that are collected in one particular area and expensed in another?
I see our county manager leaning forward. I'm gonna throw this one to her.
Okay.
So there are provisions that apply to the use of dollars in adjacent districts. So districts that touch each other where a road benefits both, there has to be a finding of benefit. So that's the simpler way. The second way that the impact fees can be used across district is in regional roads. So something like 951 that runs through multiple impact fee districts and essentially benefits everybody. Impact fees can be we also have to have a finding of benefit, but impact fees can be used on a road like that. There's currently no mechanism and probably no lawful way to say take impact fees that are generated in East Naples or Marco Island and put them in Immokalee, because it breaks the nexus of benefit to the fee payer. The only other thing I could suggest and we can look at is that the district boundaries haven't been studied in a very long time. It might be beneficial to look at them. We have 2 impact fee districts that actually there are not impact fees collected. One of those is way to the east, where there's actually quite a bit of growth happening, Port of the Islands, places like that. And so it may be beneficial to look at whether or not having 8 impact fee districts is the appropriate number and whether or not those district boundaries are where they should be. So that would be a way to get at that more flexibility, getting like with like.
But the adjustment of the regional road system, I mean, Everglades Boulevard starts at Immokalee and goes clear into the Picayune. And so Vanderbilt Beach Road starts at the beach and ultimately it goes to Everglades Boulevard.
Vanderbilt Beach Road is a regional road. We can revisit as roads come onto the list for being widened or extended. We can review them and add them as regional roads if they meet the criteria.
Outstanding. Yep. Last point. We're a lot better now at ascertaining our ongoing maintenances and expenses that are associated with our new assets. We talked about this with our aquatic centers, the newest one being the Big Corkscrew Regional Park and so on and so forth in the rating system. Let's do that immediately with the Tiger Grant program and begin the assertion and allow for because that's a regional. Immokalee already has an MSTU. They already have a CRA. And I know Christy Benacourt's going to be turning a flip when I say this, but let's start to appropriate from a budgetary standpoint the ongoing maintenance associated with these new sidewalks and swales and street lights and so on and so forth to make sure that we're properly accounting for and not burdening the balance of the county with regard to the maintenance aspect of those things.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you go back a couple of screens so I can use your younger eyes? Right there. Is that when is that Livingston Road repaving going to happen?
Oh, I didn't bring my readers up here. Hold on, let me look.
I think
FY 27.
27, 28.
Yep, FY 27 in the northern part, FY 28 in the yellow part, FY 29 for the green, and FY 30 for the purple.
Right. So it's FY 27 and 28 north of Pine Ridge for my District 2 peoples.
For the record, Mr. Deloney worked for me today. Brought my readers.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So 27 and 28, good, because that road needs it. And then go back a couple of more to where all of the projects are.
Yep.
The map. I think you said we have 16 projects. Yeah, that one there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basically 6 in Northwest Collier. Mm-hmm. Is that the Goodlet and the airport widening? They're in the middle.
We have Goodlet, Airport, Vanderbilt as well as Veterans Memorial in your specific commission district, as well as the Immokalee Livingston. The yellow part of this map is actually your commission
Right,
district.
and then the one down there in the right bottom corner, that would be the Pine Ridge Diverging Diamond?
Correct. And also the Pine Ridge at Livingston improvement that is associated with the diverging diamond.
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Patterson, in terms of concluding the workshop, about how much time do you think we're going to need?
15, 20
Right.
minutes.
All right, why don't we take a break until, let's give the reporter a break until 12:30, and we'll come back and wrap up. Unless you want to take a long lunch break. Up to you. All right. Well, let's do that. Let's take a break until 12:30, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Chair, you have a live mic.
All right, let's proceed.
Right, so we're gonna just kind of go through these quickly. So next up, we'll talk briefly about library. I'm gonna try to do them from here, and if you have questions, we have people in the back. So libraries is a level of service. They've actually had the benefit of having a surplus in square footage for quite some time. We did a big campaign of building libraries back in the mid-2000s, but over time, they've been eating away at that surplus, and in the next 5 or 6 years, we'll be reaching the place where we need to contemplate, even sooner than that, contemplate what where our next library will be located. But the good news message on libraries is that we're looking at, as we move to the east, which is the likely location for the next library facility, on how we may be able to co-locate. So we've had a lot of discussions about community space and the benefits of bringing various components of infrastructure together. So for the purposes of libraries, our next move will look like how we could co-locate a community center with a library or some other government functions so that we get the benefit of the space, but also that benefit of co-location. So unless you have other questions about libraries, this is one we'll be discussing in more detail as we move into the planning phases for libraries.
Commissioner Hall, you're lit up. I assume that's from last time.
All right. That was prior to us, right?
Okay. We also, I'll mention before we move off of libraries, we're also looking at some sharing of space between our museums and our libraries. We feel like that would really attract visitors to these locations in a different way, and to the benefit of the community to be able to see exhibits and different things in some of the space that we have available in our library system. All right, so Troy, let's go to government buildings. It's like the third from the bottom. The level of service for government buildings is currently 1.7 square feet per capita. However, we'll be evaluating this square footage as part of the facilities master planning effort. This level of service has changed a couple of times in the past and was originally established based on the government buildings impact fee study that established the government buildings impact fee back in 2005 or 2005. Need to look at that, but as Mr. Dunnick had described, we're also getting our arms around our space, who is where and what we actually have in this 5 million square feet of space. So government buildings will be one that we'll be focusing on. This also is a focus area for ongoing maintenance. You saw the presentation last Tuesday to look at how we're maintaining these buildings and how we may look at what we do in the future. That would include things like this campus. Unique to government buildings is our requirement to house the constitutional officer, so that will be part of what we look at here. So that's essentially the summary of government buildings. If you have questions about that level of service, this is one, again, that we'll be working on over the upcoming years as part of the master planning efforts, and we'll evaluate the appropriateness of this level of service as part of that effort. Okay, very good. Oh, wow, you got it, EMS. All right, we do have our folks in the back from EMS if you have specific questions for them. We've already had a discussion about our thought process on this. So this 1 unit per 16,400 population, a very old level of service. We are showing in this 5 years the need for additional units. That's something that you all know. This has been one of the lingering deficiencies as part of the AUIR. However, we have Station 74, which is currently under construction. We have an agreement with North Collier to co-locate up near Old 41. We have an agreement with Greater Naples to co-locate down on the East Trail, so we're moving along there. We also are getting to the place now where we're staffed enough to be able to bring units up. So that's a positive message for the first time in several years relative to EMS and our ability to put these units up. If you can go to the next one, we'll be evaluating, as I discussed, that response time because of this artificial line between it's essentially 951, which is the divide between the urban and the rural response times. We know that does not represent the true boundaries now of what is the urban area. And you go back one slide, Troy. This just represents, you can see the increasing call volumes. So this is something we'll contemplate as we start to evaluate where we put units up. So you can see year to date, we're more than 37,000 medical calls for EMS. Next slide. Zone 72, this is an area that we're paying really careful attention to. This is down along 951, sort of near Beck Boulevard in that area. We know that this is there's a need here. These ambulances in this area and surrounding area are being called in from all different areas, putting strain when we have to move the ambulances around. So we have been discussing the possibility of placing a unit at a fire station down in this area that does not currently have an ambulance. Now, what challenges us for this is that these stations were built years ago and they are not, they don't have a lot of extra space. So while we may have the ambulance and the people to do it, we have to figure out how we would actually be able to house that ambulance and those folks. So these are ongoing conversations with our partners in the fire districts. Next slide, Troy. Next slide. I know it looked like a rain map, but it's actually a heat map to show the calls. This chart, and we bring this to your attention simply because calls for service on I-75 for 2024, they have a lot of calls for service. We will be coming to you probably at some point to discuss the possibility of placing a medic unit at Station 63. Station 63 is the station that was built by the state of Florida on Alligator Alley that helps respond up and down Alligator Alley to medical emergencies, fires, vehicle accidents. It has traditionally housed an engine, and we do have medics that respond out with that engine on the engine, but it appears that best for public safety that we may want to consider placing an ambulance at Station 63. Probably to all of you, that seems intuitive that you would want an ambulance the closest to where you have the most critical accidents. Right now, what happens is they respond out and an ambulance is dispatched, but they may be coming from 45 minutes away. So that is something that we are very interested in and will be pursuing with Greater Naples.
Commissioner Daniel?
Yes, thank you. On Station 67, have we gotten the long-term financing, operational expenses taken care of with the state? Because I know it's been back and forth, and there was a 2-year agreement and then a 5-year agreement. Has that been sorted out yet?
My understanding is that is still in works, that we had a short-term solution, but we're still working on the longer-term solution. That's Greater Naples that actually is in the partnership with the state of Florida, but I have to think that obviously that service can't go away. And in fact, we need enhanced service in that location. So we'll assist Greater Naples should they need our assistance, but we will be working with them to work out how we may be able to provide a medical unit there. Now, if Greater Naples elects to move forward with transport, which is not on the table immediately, then there would be the possibility to pull that unit back out of Station 63 and allow the transport to be done by Greater Naples. So all those details could be worked out in the form of an agreement or an MOU between the county and Greater Naples to outline the responsibilities.
Good. And you blew through 3 or 4 slides before the chairman noticed that I was lit up. I had a question, two slides back, right in there, I think. Maybe this is an I-7. It has to do with and maybe it's the heat map associated. You were talking about calls down in that 951 corridor in that area. There are several ALF, assisted living facilities there. Has there ever been any kind of discussion about a requisite of a nursing home or assisted living facility to have their own transport unit that stays there to predominantly service their clientele?
I will look to the back of the room to see if any of my EMS folks know anything about that. I know that there have been conversations with the nursing homes about calls and lift assist with the fire districts, but as far as them having a required transport, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, there's an aggregation of people of age who are more requisite for medical transport than in other areas of our community. And it was a thought that I had that might maybe something we ought to look into.
Yes, sir. And I think as we get our feet under us and our staffing levels improve, we do want to continue to look at how we're using our ALS transport units versus what you may call BLS. So not that they don't need to be transported, but are we, how we're using our resources. And this would be another conversation with the fire districts about what that transport looks like, because someone might need to go to the hospital, but they're not having a heart attack. Now they need to go, but they don't need to go with, 2 paramedics and lights and sirens. So looking at that and having those conversations certainly is appropriate, as well as some of the protocols being utilized by these assisted living facilities and nursing homes and how they're using the 911 system is an area that we could definitely have some improvement.
That was it. Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I was a little surprised that 72 Beck Boulevard didn't have an EMS unit there all these years.
I know.
Being so adjacent to I-75 and the response time we have out there.
Yes.
So I'm not sure 62, how that fits in, but wouldn't that, by having a unit at 72 would probably alleviate some of that, distance covered on I-75 for response time.
Yes, sir. So 72 could run the alley instead of having to put a unit at 63, probably ideally with the density of development in that area up and down 951. Having both would be the long-term goal, but getting relief any way that we can in this area, even if it means that we get a temporary accommodation at 72 from Greater Naples, because they're growing too, until we figure out what a permanent solution would be. But this is an area of high focus right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Getting back to the ambulance at 63, like you said, we're going to pursue that, and if we failed, like you said, an ambulance might take 45 minutes to get there. So what's the long pole in the tent? It would seem like that would be an obvious thing. And is it that we don't have the resources? We don't have the, we have one ambulance and it's needed in 5 different locations. Like you said, that's a high accident concentration. It would seem like that would be, one of our top priorities. And I realize, we don't have a magic wand or pixie dust or anything, but, when I hear like, and I'm not being sarcastic to your words, but when, the thought is, yeah, we're going to try to pursue that, it would seem like, wow, we should be pursuing it with our hair on fire, because there's when there is some sort of an accident out there, it is so tragic. And, what a tragic ending if we hear, well, the ambulance got there as fast as they can, but it was driving through 5 o'clock traffic and it was coming from 45 minutes away and it took an hour and 20 minutes to get there. That station just seems like it's in such a strategic spot that, as a minimum, having an ambulance there to be able to respond. Is there something that we're missing, or it's just a matter of assets need, that sort of thing? Because I will tell you, and this might be going down a rabbit hole, the same citizens that are listening to this and we're trying to figure out how we're going to, play poker with a handful of ambulances, and, hopefully one won't have to come from 45 minutes away. They just heard at our meeting, the last commissioner meeting, how we want to raise tourist tax 1% so we can build more ball fields. It's apples and chairs to in reality, but to the average citizen who doesn't follow this stuff as closely as we do, that's what you find in the newspaper and on social media and on emails back to us. Wow, they can't figure out how to get ambulances, but boy, they'll build those softball fields. And that's so unfair. Because it's, like I said, it's different pots of money. But the reality is, getting back to this ambulance, I hope it's not lost on anyone what a critical need that is on a stretch of highway that, when they have an accident, it's not a small fender bender, it's bad.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
When I said we were going to try, I was being polite. It's my intention that we're going to have an ambulance at 63, but it's all about managing the relationships.
Yeah.
So we'll pursue this. I wanted to have this on your radar so that you understand that this is, in case you hear from various places what's going on, our intention is to put an ambulance at 63.
Yeah, okay.
We'll pursue that with full speed.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Hair on fire, yeah.
All right. If there's no further questions on EMS, I saw the sheriff come in.
I don't recommend it.
Nope.
I said I've had my hair on fire. I don't recommend it.
Too soon? No.
You know exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We're gonna, the sheriff gets their PowerPoint up, I just wanted to let you know, I'm not gonna bring public utilities up today. Their intention was to just give an update on NISA, which is the Northeast expansion. We can do that as part of another agenda item. So the sheriff will be the last and most exciting AUIR topic that we cover, especially because this level of service is so weird, but we'll talk about that a little bit.
Just the guy presenting.
That's it. Good afternoon, Chairman. For the record, Sean Williams, Central Services Director for the Collier County Sheriff's Office. We have 2 areas for you. I'm not sure they're going to be as exciting as the County Manager explained, but we'll give it a go. First will be jail and corrections facilities. We currently have 2 of those in Naples Jail Center and the Immokalee Jail Center. Our current level of service is 2.79 beds per 1,000 population. Based on that level of service, we have 1,304 beds today. Based on the required inventory in the AUIR, there's 1,473 beds required in the AUIR. Our population, as we reported, is what averaged 758 for the fiscal year of 23, and that's still consistent with what we're seeing today. What we are seeing a change, though, is instead of higher numbers of inmates, we are seeing the needs change of the type of inmates we have, which are mental health and medical needs within the jail facilities. The AUIR is projecting a growth need out in the Immokalee Jail Center in 2030, 2031 to increase the capacity of beds. That's what we talked on in the first slide. But as I mentioned, our needs are changing. Substance abuse and mental health needs for the inmates are growing. So our narrative in the AUIR talks about the needs to renovate part of the Naples Jail Center to cover that need. And we've discussed that with staff, and that's been part of our AUIR submission for several years now. The 5-year capital projections, nothing new in 5 years other than what we talked about. Existing level of service accounts for about a negative, am I correct? $14 million. 10 years, you can have a negative about $5.9 million. And then, again, the maintenance cost, I think that's to be determined by Mr. Deloney's group.
Before we move on from this, just so that no one feels very concerned about the deficiency that's projected in the AUIR, some of the facilities that we develop as part of the AUIR, you will find that for a period of time, we'll run a deficiency because you don't build a jail for 10 or even 100 beds at a time. So there'll be a period of time while we evaluate any expansion or where these beds might go, where you're going to see us run this deficiency for a little while, because then you'll bring on beds, and we won't bring on exactly what we need, but you bring on beds in advance of the need. So the second piece of this is the 2.79 beds per 1,000 population, again, is an older level of service. So with the help of the sheriff, and as we move through some of these master plans, we'll evaluate that level of service and make sure that it's accommodating the need, or if we need to further define that level of service because of the changing nature of the inmate population, we can make some of those adjustments as we look at that and we look to expand and or renovate.
Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Sean.
Yes, sir.
You know, in the public safety meetings, subcommittee meetings, I had opportunity with Chief Roberts. We sat down and we talked a lot about, and I see you kind of touched on it, especially the females' mental health.
Yes, sir.
How we kind of have a makeshift one in there right now. It's basically taking a unit and we kind of makeshifted it and welded safety things in place for their care and custody. But I think renovating a portion of the jail that we can make designated to that particular service, and that would free that unit back up for general population at some point. I mean, if we can do that or get some funding way to get to that point, then that would artificially would increase a little bit of general bed space, and then they would have a designated unit that was actually safe for them to be in.
That is correct, and that's our desire. That's why we refer to it as a mental health and medical piece. We're hoping to accomplish both. The mental health folks that have to stay in our care and can't go outside, as well as those females that need to be housed at a little bit better facility within the Naples Jail Center.
Yeah, I just wanted my colleagues to hear that, these are some of the things we've been talking about.
Yes, sir.
I think that will help. Not going to fix it, but at least it'll move in the right direction if we.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sean.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, in one of you, either you, Sean, or county manager, can maybe, because explain to me the level of service component of this presentation, because I've had continuing conversations with our sheriff with regard to our overall jail population, where we're at with capacities and so on, and I just I would like to have somebody repeat, when was the last time we touched the level of service requisite for the 2.79 per population or whatever that is?
There may have been minor adjustments over the years. There was a period of time in the mid-2000s when a lot of these levels of service got married up with the impact fee levels of service, which turned out to be an inappropriate thing to do, simply because the methodology used to develop the impact fee does create some shifting of the level of service. An adopted level of service for the AUIR purposes and for planning purposes is a fixed level of service. So it is supposed to represent what this board determines is in the best interest of the community. So it's not something that gets adjusted every single year, otherwise it takes away the meaning of a level of service. However, the original establishment of this level of service probably goes probably back in time all the way maybe to the early 2000s or late 90s. We have attempted to look at it and get our arms around it, but I think that is something that we need to do now again in the changing face of this inmate population. There are not a lot of choices on how you would dictate a level of service for a planning purpose other than tying it to population. It's a question really of the appropriateness of the 2.79 beds per thousand population and where that came from. It may have been established simply based on what we had at the time, and then it just became a level of service that rolled forward from there. The only cautionary tale, of course, is that we have utilized this level of service in part to collect money, impact fees, predicated on a level of service. So drastic changes to levels of service, we would proceed with caution, because we wouldn't want the community to have relied on us providing one thing and then we turn around and provide another. So there has to be, in order to reduce the levels of service or make changes, there has to be a certain amount of rationale that goes into that. And so that's something that, we've discussed and should embark upon as part of our overall master planning, to be sure that we understand what that looks like on a going forward basis.
I agree, and I think the definition of a population can help with that. We've seen a shift. I remember when I first became a commissioner, our sheriff gave me a ride. I was over in Immokalee at a parade, and he gave me a ride from one end of town to the other, and he said out loud, he said, our largest mental institution in Collier County is our jail. And close to 30% of the population suffer from some form of mental illness or substance abuse. And so, and that was the beginning of, I say the beginning, but that was when there was a larger emphasis put on training for our officers to better recognize mental issues, substance abuse, and that sort of thing at apprehension. And so we have shifted a lot of those, diverted a lot of those customers, if you will, over to David Lawrence Center and other facilities to hopefully better manage their care. So I think it's important that we have a look at that with our adjustment, because you're showing deficits of beds, jail space, based upon a population that's inevitably going to grow, and that may be a nexus or a rationale for us to adjust that LOS to be able to better accommodate our population.
Right.
Law enforcement facilities, we have 13 identified in the AUIR. The level of service is just over 0.9 per capita. We've identified 5 within the AUIR that we feel are currently in need of today. The 5-year plan includes the forensics facility, which is currently under construction, funded out of surtax. The next is District 1 is shown in the AUIR is in 2028, 2029, and then our District 5 facility would be shown in 29 and 30. District 1 would be North Naples, District 5 would be that corridor of 951 and 41. Again, all of those that are identified are the forensics facility, District 1, a training facility, a District 5 substation, and then an estate substation, or an additional one out there for the growth that's going to take place out there in the future. I covered the forensics facilities being funded now under surtax. The District 1 is within that 5-year. Revenue needed to maintain the level of service is $4.3 million, it looks like. 10-year capital projects, or District 5 is in that 10-year plan. Estimated cost about $2.1 million. Additional facilities, mental health, training, estates. We still don't have cost for those yet because we haven't really done a deep dive into those yet. And the maintenance costs for those are to be determined.
Okay.
Okay. I have one more slide if there's no questions so far.
No, I'll let you know if anybody lights up here.
In 2019, we commissioned Metro Forecasting. This is going a little bit beyond the AUIR, but I thought it was relevant because it pertains to our facilities. We commissioned Metro to do a full-scale study for our agency, not only facilities, but everything else. In 2024, we brought him back to focus just on facilities. And his plan identifies about $65 million for facilities that are identified in the plan at the end of 2024, including the ones I mentioned today and a couple others. And that's just for construction, not land, surveying, or some of the other features. But that touches on many of the facilities that we need. So just wanted to mention that we have done some form of planning with a professional out there.
All right.
And we provided that to the staff as well.
All right. Any questions, comments from the board? And seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, I did say that this would be the last facility, but I forgot our friends from Parks. So if you'd like, they have a couple of short slides, and that will be really the last facility to come up. I think it's an important one with everything that we're dealing with Parks and Recreation, that we just take you through their level of service. This is one that's often misunderstood, and we'll provide some clarity on that and talk a little bit about maintenance.
All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Hanrahan, Interim Division Director for Parks and Recreation. I have my department head, Jamie, and one of our division directors, Jamie, as well to help, as well as Mike Bosey. For the level of service, Mike mentioned it earlier, for community parks, 1.2 acres per 1,000, and that focuses on neighborhood recreation, local sports, green spaces. That supports that sense of local community and local activities. For the regional parks, 2.7 acres per 1,000 population. That is more of that broader recreational opportunities, local sports, tournaments, as well as cultural attractions. So that serves a wider population. That's where you're looking at not only your local residents, but people from outside of the area coming in to view our parks, whether it's the beaches, the marinas, or our regional parks like Paradise Coast Sports Complex, North Collier, and Big Corkscrew. For the community park acreage, we will have a deficit approaching in the fiscal year of 26-27. We are going to work with the county manager's office to explore strategic options for addressing that challenge. Some of the options we have that we're looking into. You all approved the purchase of the Williams property. So, up to 200 acres could be intended for parks. We will look at that and assess how that will look for parks. Also, with the rural land stewardship area and the rural fringe mixed-use district, we have coordinated and worked with them where parks is a part of their plan. So as they, like Big Town of Cypress, as they continue to move forward with their development, we will have conversations with them as far as how it looks for potential parks, whether we own them, whether they own them and build them, but we'll work together to discuss the needs of the community as well as the needs of those townships.
Quick.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yep, just a quick question. Back up a slide, if you would, please. There. When you're talking about these deficits, you're talking about and then you say in the next slide that you're negotiating with regard to the RLSA and the RF MUD. Are there are requisites of open space, green space, park facilities to be within these new rural villages and ultimate towns. And that's not accommodated in these acreages, or are you only talking about the acreages that are county-owned?
Correct.
County-owned.
Say that again.
It's only county-owned.
Only
However,
county-owned.
similar to Ave Maria, they approached their park system one way, which they fully built their park system and manage it. Some of these other towns and villages have expressed an interest in partnering with the county, where they may dedicate the land to us, they may build the amenity, but ultimately turn it over to the county to run. So there's a lot of different options in the way that we can do this, but it only is dealing with what will be county assets, not counting the green space that they're required to have or anything that's a requirement of their development.
So this purported deficit doesn't include park systems that are within these new rural towns and villages necessarily.
Correct. So Ave Maria's parks are not included in that acreage count. Any private parks are not included in the community park acreage. The parks in the city of Naples and the city of Marco Island are not included because this is an unincorporated county fee only.
And only to offer some further clarification, again, for the record, I'm Jamie French, the other Jamie, your department head for growth management and community development. This number would be in flex. So we won't know until they come in with plat and plan and further development order to identify how they're going to designate lands to meet that commitment that they've made to this board for providing parks for that area. So that number may in fact change. And so as James had indicated, as we've looked at new properties that you have purchased, we recognize the Williams property has an intention for parks use. We just don't know if that would fit into your community profile or a regional profile, being based on population, location, other parks. But we're fully aware of that, and we'll continue to plan that going forward.
Would it not be prudent for us to be accounting for the specified park requisites within these new rural towns and villages, whether they're in the RLSA or the RFMUD? I know we really can't account for them in the rural fringe mixed use district because we haven't had a village come through yet necessarily that would specify that. So, but we have several rural villages in the RLSA and a new town.
We could, in future AUI presentations, yes, sir, we could put on there what the commitment has been made by these development organizations or landowners on what that obligation might look like for better planning in the future for your long-range planning of parks.
I think it would be prudent because, I mean, my involvement in the RLSA since its infancy stages has accommodated for specific issues such as recreational facilities that are available to the entire community, not just the development. So I think it would be prudent for us to not be simplifying a statement of we're not including anything else that's outside the realm of our own and then staring at a deficit that's coming up here in 27.
We had a similar, where's Mr. Bosey? We did a similar exercise to this with the Planning Commission and the Productivity Committee back a long time ago about the acknowledgement of other recreational opportunities, so state and federal parks and other amenities that are provided within gated communities as an acknowledgement of balancing the availability of parks. So again, there are certain reasons why they can and can't be counted as a level of service, but they can definitely be identified and noted for the board's visibility and understanding of how they play into the overall park system. So kind of different purposes, but can get you to the same place.
And I'm sorry, sir.
Commissioner Colwell.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Well, I'm looking at this slide we have up right now, and this is kind of like taking an overall, like our population of the county from the census count or whatever we think it is, and you're putting a number, just a basic number on saying required acreages. But like yourself, you're talking about 200 acres way northeast somewhere in Immokalee that I would have a hard time calling that a regional park. It would be a community park. And at 200 acres, it means Immokalee would have to have a population of 166,000 people. So that kind of like, how do you break it down to say, all right, how much of a park do we actually need in Immokalee as a community park? How many acres do we need for that particular segment of the county? Because I know nobody from my district's going to ride to Immokalee to use the park. So but you're including that in just a flat number here as population. So how do you, figure out exactly what would be the footprint for Immokalee?
So typically, you're absolutely right. A 200-acre park exceeds the size of most of our community parks, lending itself in size as a regional park. However, what also draws a regional park is the location and the ability to draw large populations or amenities. So each of those is evaluated to determine whether or not it meets sort of the criteria to be a regional park. And to your point, the location of this one is something that would be considered in the evaluation of whether it would truly be regional. However, we also sometimes have these hybrid parks where you may have community factors and regional. So it may mean that we hold some of this land off to be have some regional components in the future if there were tournament type ball fields developed where people may travel there, but the bulk, another half the property would be developed as a community park. And so it's location, then it's we have maps that show kind of the radius that people travel for community parks versus regional parks. So all of those things would be considered when we ultimately decide where this acreage lands and what amenities will be developed on that acreage. So, for example, beaches, they're only one place, and they're all regional. Many of our beach park facilities, and we've got a couple of other different ones. Sugden is a regional park because the water feature is the draw, and it's a regional draw. It occurs only there. Then our facilities that have the draw is their tournament quality fields, like the North Collier Regional Park.
But that location itself, if you're pinpointed on a map, say, all right, this is what we feel the region is, and we take a circle, you're servicing part of Lee County. I mean, in reality, because it's not going to come down and just drop in a teardrop into Collier. You would take a map and say, hey, you can't have a region divided by that border, but it would almost be servicing people in Lee County.
Proximity,
Taxpayer money in Collier County.
Right. Proximity-wise, it would be developed as a community park, and it would likely way reduce the acreage dedicated. How it would become a regional park would be if there was a regional amenity draw. So if there were tournament fields, things like that. So people are specifically traveling to the destination for the destination. And that's kind of the thing that we're going to have to go through when we look to develop this property. I think the test for the community park is pretty easy, but not 200 acres worth.
Thank you.
And to the county manager's point, Commissioner Kowal, we do actually have qualifications both for much like we looked at with the Hunden study where they looked at that 25-mile range. It's a minimum of 10-mile reach on these type of parks that are considered these regional attractor type parks. And we recognize, and also to your point, we also recognize the impact that North Collier Regional Park makes on our Lee County neighbors that utilize that park often with how the ease of travel along Livingston Road. So certainly these are all within our calculations, but really to emphasize this, we did not consider anything that was not currently in your ownership. So these properties that are brought in through the RLSA or through the RF MUD, until those actually come into your ownership, we did not consider that within these numbers. So that's why I'm saying that number is kind of in flux. Once those come on, we know, and that will be addressed in your regional parks plan that you'll see in the upcoming future.
All right. Anything else from your end?
If you could just, the last thing, if you could just advance to the slide, you have the one that shows back one, maybe. There you go. The areas of continued need countywide are additional designated sports fields, as we've discussed, for community league and amateur organizations. So I want to just make sure that we're articulating that need, that we have intense play on our fields throughout the county, and we continue to look at ways to expand the ability for people to get onto sports fields. We're having an issue now because we're having to rest our grass fields, so these are all things that we're taking into consideration as we plan out the completion of parks like Big Corkscrew Island Regional Park or like the Paradise Coast Sports Complex, as well as the development of future parks.
Troy, anybody registered to?
Yeah, we do have one registered speaker, Nick Lichter.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You caught me by surprise. Chairman Saunders, my name is Nick Lichter. I'm a Collier County resident for 41 years this summer. And when I saw today's workshop agenda, I made a commitment to come and speak just to share another 249 seconds. I haven't addressed the body this body in quite a long time, but when I saw David Lawrence Center name today in the Center Receiving Facility, it reminds me of my experience with them. In the Naples Jail Center here, they have that project called Project Recovery for guys like me suffering from PTSD, depression, substance abuse disorders. And we talked about some statistics, at least I heard them today, and I just want to reiterate them real quick that while we have 23% of adults in America suffering from some kind of mental illness in the jail, it's 40 to 60%. It's kind of a big range, but that's what's out there. And 15 to 20% of us, I'll include myself in that group, suffering from severe mental illnesses. I adjusted my number today. I thought it was about 800. We have 758 inmates in the Naples Jail Center. So at least 300 and up to 500 of them are mentally ill individuals. Fortunately, we have DLC in our jail and their life-saving staff with Project Recovery, the 90-day treatment program in the jail, but they can only accommodate 30 men, and I think it's also 30 women, which obviously is less than 10% of the jail's population. But they're doing great work. They're helping inmates with mental disorders with recovery management plans, life skill plans, relapse prevention plans, educating them on trauma. I didn't even know I was suffering from PTSD until I talked to one of the therapists about trauma. Uncovered a lot of stuff there about my challenges. I think that we can and should do more than 30 men and 30 women. And it sounds like we're trying to do that. Project Recovery saved my life, gave me hope, and it really opened to my eyes and reconnected me to my higher power, who's working powerfully in my life to heal me and to help restore relationships, not just with friends, but with my family, and particularly my beautiful children, who I think most of you have seen me with. So thank you for the opportunity to stand before you and to share a little bit about my story and my hope that we'll expand that program. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask, Nick?
Commissioner McDaniel?
Nick, you come back, please. Would you just share a little bit more? I don't want to go too often, much longer, but if you would just talk about a little bit more about the Project Help and your thoughts with regard to it within our jail system. I made a comment earlier, I think before you arrived, that there was little to no rehabilitation that comes with incarceration, and that was probably an unfair statement, but I just would, if you would please expand a little bit.
Right. So, and I've done a fair amount of reading, things like pre-booking. What could we do to grab guys like me before we book them and put them in jail, and training officers to recognize guys with mental problems and gals. But right away in the first week, you get an idea of what you're going to be doing for the next 90 days. The proponents of the world-renowned 12 steps, right? So you had to write a first step and look at the damage that you've done and how unmanageable your life has become. My life had become because of decisions I had made and things that I had not known I needed treatment for, to be honest. So then sharing your life story, right? Had to just lay it all out there and talk about what it was like, where I was, what happened, and now I can talk a little bit about what it's like now. So, so there were 3 milestones. That first step, the life story, and then the recovery management plan and a relapse prevention plan. And I still refer to that stuff. It's guiding me and keeping me accountable. And I see people at David Lawrence Center regularly, and a bunch of angels over there. So, you're going through some political stuff here with who's going to be running some things. But for me, David Lawrence Center and the staff there are saving the guys and gals' lives 30 at a time every 90 days. And it was nothing I've ever experienced before. And no person, no thing has ever been able to help me like they have, besides my creator. So thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you up and about.
Roger. All right. See you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else?
No, sir, thank you. We appreciate you all taking the time to look at these facilities and let us report out on where we are and what our plans are going ahead.
All right. Anything else from any of the commissioners? Let me just emphasize on David Lawrence Center. Obviously, next Tuesday is going to be a controversial day and discussion. If you have specific issues, it would be helpful if we know what those are in advance so we can at least understand what the issues are and perhaps be prepared to discuss them. With that, we are adjourned.